Welcome to Terrified Tales, where things are about to get unsettling. Before we dive deeper into the darkness, make sure to like and subscribe. Let us know where you're listening from and what time it is. Are you brave enough to be here at night? Now, relax and let the fear take hold. Pre-1. The sun dipped below the endless horizon of Montana, casting a fading golden light over the winding road. Maya leaned her head against the window, her fingers tracing the edge of a worn map. The hum of the tires on asphalt was comforting, a rhythm they had come to rely on after hours of driving. Beside her, Liam gripped the steering wheel with an anxious determination. "We should have taken the highway exit back there," Maya murmured, glancing at her phone's GPS. But the screen flickered, a momentary glitch that left her with nothing but static and an eerie silence. The bright blue dot on the map had disappeared. "It's fine," Liam said, his voice strained but steady. "We're cutting through some back roads, but I know where we're going. It'll save time." The words barely left his lips before the road forked, an old sign half hidden by overgrown vines directing them toward an unfamiliar path. The road was narrow, twisting like a serpent through thick trees that closed in on both sides. It was the perfect shortcut, or so it seemed. Maya squinted at the fading letters on the sign. "I don't think I've seen this road before." Liam shrugged, but there was a flicker of doubt in his eyes. He had never been the type to back out once. A decision was made. "It's just a small detour. We'll be back on track in no time." As they drove deeper into the wild, the air grew heavy, almost suffocating with an unnatural stillness. The trees overhead, once vibrant and full of life, now cast long, twisted shadows that seemed to move on their own. The occasional rustling in the underbrush didn't sound like animals, but something heavier, something more deliberate. Maya turned to look at Liam. "Something's off about this place." But before she could say more, a sudden flash of light cut through the trees. Startled, Liam slammed on the brakes. The car jerked to a halt, and for a heartbeat, everything stood still. Ahead, in the dim light, a mile marker loomed, its numbers glowing faintly in the twilight. The odd thing was, it read 77. Liam blinked. "That's strange. We're only 10 miles from the last marker." He reached for his phone again, but the GPS was still unresponsive. Maya's heart pounded. "That can't be right," she said, voice shaking. She pressed her hands against the cold window, straining her eyes to peer ahead. In the distance, the road stretched out, empty, quiet, like it had been waiting for them. But waiting for what? They continued forward, neither of them mentioning the oddity. But it lingered, a feeling that something was wrong, very wrong. But just as they turned the corner, the road ahead shimmered in the fading twilight. The same marker, the same number. Mile 77. Maya froze, her throat constricted. But before she could speak, the road began to narrow, twisting around unseen turns. She could feel her breath quicken, could taste the fear that began to claw its way up her spine. The trees pressed closer, the path growing tighter, and the same mile marker, 77, kept appearing in the distance like a cruel joke. What was happening? What was wrong with the road? The world seemed to close in on them. Then, just as quickly as it appeared, the fog rolled in, thick, suffocating, clinging to the air like it had been waiting for them. The strange number didn't change. The road stretched on, but what waited ahead was still unknown. The fog had settled like a shroud, thick and suffocating, pressing down on them, obscuring the road ahead. Maya clutched the seatbelt, the tension in her chest rising with each mile. Her eyes darted nervously between the darkening trees and the lonely stretch of highway. The eerie quiet of the world around them made her feel as though they were the only two people left alive. Liam kept his hands firmly on the wheel, his eyes flicking from the road to the repeating mile markers. The digital clock on the dashboard blinked. 7:46 p.m. But something about the night felt wrong. The darkness seemed too thick, too heavy, pressing in from all sides. "This isn't right," Maya whispered, her voice barely audible over the hum of the engine. She tried to shake off the growing dread, but it wrapped itself tighter around her chest. "We've passed this same marker 4 times now. How is that possible?" Liam's brow furrowed. He glanced at the marker again, the faded numbers reflecting off the headlights. 77. "Must be some kind of glitch," he said, though the words felt hollow, like he was trying to convince himself more than her. He reached for his phone again, but it was still useless, nothing but static. "Maybe the GPS is malfunctioning. We'll get out of this soon." But Maya wasn't so sure. Her hands trembled as she checked her own phone. Still no signal, still no connection. She had tried to ignore the gnawing suspicion crawling along the back of her mind, but it was becoming harder to dismiss. The trees around them seemed to loom larger now, their gnarled branches reaching out like claws, stretching and twisting, into shapes that could have been animals or something darker. The air was colder too, the temperature dropping without warning, and Maya couldn't help but rub her arms in an attempt to ward off the chill. Then, just as they passed the marker, for the 5th time she saw it, the faintest shimmer, a distortion in the air just beyond the windshield, as if the road itself was bending around them. "Did you see that?" Maya's voice was a sharp whisper. Liam didn't answer. His eyes were fixed on the road, his grip tightening on the steering wheel. The silence between them was thick with unease. The world outside had grown unnervingly still. The trees were motionless. Even the wind had stopped. Maya blinked, trying to focus, trying to make sense of the bizarre sensation creeping over her. There it was again, an unnatural shift in the air, like something was watching them. "Liam!" Her voice was barely audible, but it trembled with fear. "This isn't just a glitch. We're stuck. We've been stuck." His eyes flicked to her, the confusion clear on his face. "What are you talking about?" But before Maya could answer, a low rumble echoed from somewhere ahead of them. At first, it seemed like the distant sound of thunder, but there was no lightning, no storm to explain it. It came again, louder, deeper, like the growl of something huge, something unseen. Maya's heart skipped a beat. "Did you hear that?" Liam nodded, his jaw tight, his eyes wide now. "Yeah. What the hell is that?" Suddenly the road seemed to stretch longer, as though it was pulling them forward. They had passed mile 77 at least 6 times by now, but no matter how far they drove, the marker never changed. It was as if the road was looping, keeping them trapped in the same place. The growl returned, this time much closer. The trees along the side of the road creaked and groaned, as though something was moving between them. Something heavy, something massive. The hairs on the back of Maya's neck stood on end. "Liam, stop the car," Maya whispered, panic rising in her chest. He didn't respond immediately. His hands were gripped tightly on the wheel, his knuckles white. The growl intensified, a deep, guttural sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air. It wasn't an animal. It was something else. With a sudden jolt, the car lurched forward, the brakes screeching in protest. Maya grabbed the dashboard as they skidded to a halt, the tires leaving a long mark in the dirt. "Why did you stop?" Maya exclaimed, her voice rising in panic. Liam was frozen, his wide eyes locked on the rearview mirror. He didn't answer, but the terror in his face spoke volumes. The growl grew louder still, unmistakable now. It was coming from behind them, from the trees, and the low rumble of its proximity shook the car. "Go," Maya said, her voice a hoarse whisper. "We need to leave, now." Liam's hands trembled as he shifted the car into drive. But when he pressed the gas pedal, nothing happened. The engine sputtered, as though something was holding it back. The headlights flickered and dimmed, casting long shadows across the empty road. The growl had stopped, replaced by an unsettling silence. But that wasn't the worst of it. What was worse was the reflection in the rear-view mirror. The trees were no longer just trees. They were figures, shapes that moved with unsettling fluidity, like shadows given form, slowly creeping toward the car. And in the distance, the faint glow of something red, eyes perhaps, staring, unblinking, as if it had been there all along. The car was motionless. The engine sputtered once more, then fell into a deafening silence. Maya's breath was shallow, her heart hammering against her chest. The headlights flickered erratically, casting a ghostly light over the road and the shifting trees that now seemed to move with purpose, closing in from all sides. The unsettling glow from behind them, those eyes, had vanished, but Maya could still feel them watching, waiting. "Liam, what's happening?" Her voice was thin, strained with fear, but it barely broke through the thick, suffocating quiet that pressed in on them. Liam didn't answer. He was staring ahead, his hands gripping the wheel like a lifeline, his knuckles pale against the darkness. His eyes were wide with disbelief, as though he couldn't fathom what was unfolding in front of him. It was then that the fog rolled in, dense, thick, like the very air was alive, creeping up from the ground and enveloping everything in its path. The fog wasn't natural. It didn't move like the mist of early mornings in the valley. This fog, this darkness, pressed. It clung to the car's windows, swirling, twisting, as if something unseen was guiding it toward them. Maya could taste it now, the sharp metallic tang of something wrong, something foul, lingering in the air like a poison that had settled into her lungs. She leaned forward, peering through the windshield, but the world ahead was swallowed up by the fog. It felt like they were floating, drifting on a river of fog that had no end. The road, the trees, even the night sky. Everything had vanished. "Liam," Maya said again, her voice trembling. She reached out to touch his arm, her hand cold, as if the temperature had plummeted without warning. Her skin felt clammy, damp with fear. He didn't respond. His eyes were fixed on something in the distance, something beyond the veil of fog. Maya followed his gaze, but all she could see was an impenetrable white. It was as though they had driven straight into the belly of the unknown, where time and place no longer mattered. The silence was deafening now, broken only by the soft sound of the car's engine idling, the occasional creak of the wheels against the pavement. But there was something else, too, a sound so faint at first it could have been a figment of her imagination, a soft, scraping noise. Maya's breath caught in her throat. It came again, sharper this time, dragging across the car's roof with a slow, deliberate force. She looked up, but the fog was too thick to make out any shapes above them. Her pulse quickened. "Liam, do you hear that?" Liam's lips parted, as if he were about to say something, but then his eyes widened in alarm, and his gaze snapped to the rearview mirror. Maya followed his stare, but the mirror reflected only the endless stretch of fog. Still, the sound was there, closer now. It was unmistakable, the scraping growing louder, more insistent. Whatever it was moving on top of the car, and then came a whisper, a low, sibilant hiss that seemed to crawl into her ears, slithering like a serpent through the quiet. "Turn back." Maya's blood ran cold. The voice was not human, not even close. It was otherworldly, distorted and thick with malice. She twisted in her seat, but there was nothing behind them except the suffocating whiteness of the fog. "Liam, we need to go. Now." Her voice was higher now, panic bubbling beneath her words. But Liam didn't move. His face was pale, his expression unreadable. He was frozen, staring straight ahead, eyes wide, locked on something just beyond the fog. Something in the distance. Maya reached forward, shaking him, her fingers grazing his arm. "Liam, please, what are you seeing? What's—" And then he spoke. His voice was hollow, distant. "It's not the road. We can't leave." Maya recoiled, her heart lurching in her chest. "What do you mean? What are you talking about?" But before Liam could answer, a sudden bang erupted from the car's roof. The force of it shook the entire vehicle, and Maya gasped, her body jerking back. The scraping intensified, the sound of claws or something far worse digging into the metal. It was relentless, loud, as if someone was dragging itself across the car. The fog parted just for a moment, revealing a silhouette. A figure, no, something, loomed at the edge of their headlights, just beyond the reach of the fading light. It was tall, unnaturally so, its shape bending and contorting in ways that made Maya's stomach twist. It had no face, just a smooth, featureless surface that seemed to shift as though it were never truly solid. And then it moved, not forward, not back. It simply moved through the air, gliding with an unnatural speed, as though gravity had no hold on it. "Liam, please!" Maya cried, her voice breaking. But Liam was staring at the figure, his mouth opening and closing, as if he were trying to speak, trying to break free from whatever hold it had over him. The figure glided closer, its form shifting with each passing second, and as it reached the car, the scraping noise intensified, now followed by a slow, unnerving chant. "Leave, leave, leave." Maya's pulse was deafening in her ears. She turned the handle of the door, locked. The handle twisted uselessly in her hand. She yanked at it again, desperation rising like a tidal wave, and then, suddenly, it was right there. The figure, no more than a shadow now, lingered just beyond the headlights, its shape flickering and twisting in ways that defied the laws of nature. Maya's breath caught in her throat, her hand shaking violently as she turned the handle again, but it didn't budge. The whispering chant, "Leave, leave, leave," echoed in her mind, reverberating in the very air around her, as though the words themselves were alive. "Please, Liam, please, we have to go," she begged, her voice trembling in fear. But Liam didn't move. He was staring straight ahead, unblinking, his hands gripping the wheel so tightly his knuckles had gone white. He seemed locked in place, as though the creature, or whatever it was, had frozen him in its gaze. Maya shook him urgently, but he didn't respond. His eyes, wide and empty, were fixed on the figure in the fog. A sudden, sharp bang on the roof of the car jolted her, and the scraping resumed, now accompanied by a low growl that seemed to resonate deep in her bones. It sounded close, dangerously close, as though something or someone was inching toward them from all sides, pressing in. Then, through the fog, something else appeared, a flicker of light. In the distance, barely visible through the thick, oppressive mist, a dim glow pulsed, a sign of civilization, a sign of escape. Maya's heart leapt in her chest, her instincts screaming that it was their only chance. She didn't know what it was, couldn't tell, but the desperate need for something real, something human, pushed her forward. "Liam, look, do you see that? It's a gas station. We have to get there." Her words cut through the fog like a lifeline, and to her surprise, Liam stirred, his head jerking slightly, as if snapping out of a trance. He turned toward the lights, his eyes blinking, finally focusing on the distant glow. Without a word, he slammed the car into gear, his foot pressing down on the gas pedal. The engine roared to life, and the tires screeched against the asphalt as the car lurched forward, heading toward the light. The fog didn't let up, but the gas station grew nearer, its outline taking shape, a decrepit old structure, abandoned, but still lit. The flickering neon sign above the pumps buzzed weakly, casting an eerie greenish hue over the scene. The lights inside the building were on, and yet there was no movement, no sound, no sign of life. Maya's stomach twisted in discomfort, but she forced herself to keep her eyes on the station. There was something oddly inviting about it, something that promised relief, even if she wasn't sure what they would find. Liam slowed the car as they neared the pumps, the tires crunching on gravel, the sound cutting through the oppressive silence. The scraping noise from above had stopped, but the whispers didn't fade. They lingered in the air, just on the edge of her hearing, as though the very ground beneath them was breathing. The car came to a stop. The headlights illuminated the gas station, revealing cracked windows, peeling paint, and a rusted, faded open sign swinging in the breeze. There was no one there, no attendant, no cars, nothing but the sound of the wind and the faint buzzing of the lights. Maya unbuckled her seatbelt, her legs trembling as she stepped out of the car. The cold air hit her like a slap, and for the first time in what felt like hours she could breathe. The mist had thinned here, but it still hung around the edges of the station like a heavy fog, drifting in and out of view. "What are we doing? Here?" Liam's voice was strained, distant, as though the drive had taken something from him. He sounded as if he were trying to convince himself to stay in the car, to not go inside. "We need gas," Maya said, her voice barely a whisper. Her gaze flicked nervously to the dark windows of the station. "We need help." Liam hesitated, his eyes flickering toward the door. The place looked deserted, no movement, no sign of life. "But where is everyone? Why isn't anyone here?" Her gaze followed his, and for a moment she could have sworn she saw something move behind the glass. Just a shadow, a flicker, but when she blinked, it was gone. "Maybe they're inside," she said, trying to push the fear down. "Come on, let's just see if we can get some answers." She didn't wait for his response. She made her way to the door, feeling its cold surface under her fingertips as she pushed it open. The bell above the door chimed faintly, the sound strange in the otherwise silent air. Inside, the station was dim, with only the fluorescent lights above casting a faint glow on the aisles of dusty, forgotten items. Shelves lined the walls, filled with cans of food, bags of chips, and odd broken-down goods that had seen better days. The air smelled stale, thick with dust, and a faint metallic tang, like rust, left too long in the damp. "Hello?" Maya called, out, her voice echoing through the empty space. The hairs on the back of her neck prickled, the quiet stretching out like a rubber band ready to snap. "Is anyone here?" There was no answer. She took a few tentative steps further into the station, Liam following hesitantly behind her, his eyes darting around, searching for any sign of life. But there was nothing, only the strange emptiness that seemed to have settled in every corner. Maya approached the counter, her eyes scanning the register. It was empty, the surface covered in a thin layer of dust. But there was something off. Behind the counter, a radio sat, its static crackling. For the first time in hours, the sound of something normal reached her ears. The buzz of an old device, an attempt to offer comfort in the midst of the unknown. She moved closer, her hand shaking as she reached for the knob and turned it. The static wavered, then shifted, the sound morphing into something more distinct, something she hadn't expected. "If you're hearing this, it's already too late." Maya froze. The words were sharp, cold, as though they were meant for her, meant for them. A deep, bone-chilling sense of dread filled her chest. Liam stepped up beside her, his eyes wide. "Did you hear that?" Her heart was pounding in her throat. The voice, it wasn't just a broadcast, it was a warning. And before she could say another word, she heard the sound that froze her in place. The door to the gas station slammed shut behind them. The door slammed with a deafening crash, echoing through the empty station like a gunshot. Maya's body jerked at the sound, and she spun around, her breath catching in her throat. The air was thick now, heavier, more oppressive, like the gas station itself was somehow closing in on them. Her mind raced, but nothing made sense. The door hadn't moved on its own. Someone had closed it from the outside. Had someone followed them inside? Who shut that? Liam asked, his voice strained, almost hoarse. Maya's heart pounded in her chest. She could barely bring herself to turn back to the door, but the instinct to flee was stronger than the rational part of her mind. She stepped toward it, her feet dragging, as though the very floor was holding her in place. The handle, still cold, still solid, was locked. "No one is here," she muttered under her breath, shaking her head in disbelief. "We were just in the car, no one else was around." But the wind was something else entirely. It wasn't natural. It didn't feel like it was coming from outside, but from within, swirling through the aisles of the station, moving like it had a mind of its own. It rushed past them, a cold gust that cut through the layers of their clothing, chilling them to the bone. And it wasn't just the wind, it was the whispering. At first, Maya thought it was just the rush of air, the creak of the old building settling. But no. The whispers were more distinct now, too clear to be a coincidence, too deliberate to be ignored. Low, breathless voices that seemed to hover in the air just beyond her hearing. "It's too late." "Leave now." Maya froze, the words slicing through her thoughts like shards of ice. She turned to Liam, her wide eyes searching his face for an answer. He was staring straight ahead, his lips parted, as if listening intently. "Liam," she whispered, her voice trembling. "Do you hear it?" His gaze flickered over to her, but there was a blankness in his eyes now, something that made her blood run cold. He didn't speak, but the look on his face, pale, hollow, spoke volumes. The whispers grew louder, closer, as if the air itself was carrying the voices around them, surrounding them. It was as if the wind had come alive, bending the very walls to its will. She could feel it now, a creeping chill inching its way down her spine, making her skin crawl. "Come closer. Come closer, Maya." Her heart skipped a beat. The voice sounded so clear, so familiar, and yet it wasn't her own. It was someone else's, someone who knew her name. She spun around, her breath catching, eyes wide. Nothing but the rows of dusty shelves, the flickering neon lights, the forgotten snacks that filled the aisles. But something in the air had changed. The temperature had dropped even further, and the silence was more than just an absence of sound. It was the kind of silence that suffocated. Liam stepped back, his gaze still distant, unfocused. "Maya, I don't..." His voice trailed off, but she could see the confusion in his eyes, the way they darted around the room, as though he couldn't make sense of where he was. The wind picked up again, a low, howling rush that made the windows rattle. Maya's pulse quickened as the whispers returned, now urgent, frantic. "Turn around, Maya, turn around." Her breath hitched. That voice, it wasn't just a whisper anymore. It was calling to her. The hair on the back of her neck stood on end. She didn't want to turn around. She didn't want to see what was behind her. But it was as if the whispers were pulling at her, dragging her toward the unknown. She couldn't fight it. Her body moved of its own accord, every instinct screaming for her to stay away. But the whispers were in her head now, filling her mind, drowning out all other thoughts. Turn around. Against her will, Maya's feet carried her back toward the counter. She reached for the radio again, her fingers trembling as she adjusted the dial. The static was louder now, more desperate, and as she twisted the knob, the voice finally broke through. "If you're hearing this, it's already too late." Maya's hand shot back, as though the radio itself had burned her. Her eyes were wide, panic surging through her, but something made her glance toward the door. She was not alone. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted by the flickering lights, was a figure, a shadow, tall and thin, standing unnaturally, still, its presence overwhelming. suffocating. It was as though the shadow was part of the fog itself, stretching and bending in ways that couldn't belong to the physical world. And its eyes, those eyes, were glowing, faint and red, like the embers of a fire long since gone out. It didn't move. It didn't need to. Maya's breath caught in her throat, her hands gripping the edge of the counter. The whispers grew louder, again more frantic, more insistent, pressing in from all sides. Leave. Leave now. But her legs wouldn't move. Her body was frozen, caught in the grip of something she couldn't comprehend. Liam, still standing behind her, was motionless as well, his expression vacant, as if the very air of the station had drained him of any will to resist. And then, as if on cue, the shadow shifted. It stretched forward, slithering across the floor in unnatural ways. Maya couldn't look away. Her entire body screamed for her to run, to flee, but it was too late. The thing, whatever it was coming closer, its form warping with each passing second, growing larger, more tangible. The whispers filled the air like 1,000 voices, the words now sharp and clear, unmistakable. We've been waiting for you. Maya's pulse raced. She backed away slowly, her mind reeling, but every step she took was met with a shifting sound, a scrape of something wet against the floor. Something was crawling beneath the floorboards, moving with an unnatural rhythm. Her breathing quickened, but before she could turn, before she could even scream, the world around her went dark. The gas station, the shadow, the whispers, all of it vanished in a single heartbeat, and then all at once there was nothing. Maya's breath came in ragged gasps, each inhale sharp and shallow, as though the very air had been stolen from her lungs. The darkness around her was absolute, suffocating. There was no sound, nothing. The quiet was unnerving, a heavy, stifling weight that pressed down on her chest, making her feel like she was drowning in the absence of everything she had once known. She blinked, trying to clear her vision, but the blackness seemed endless, stretching out in all directions like the void itself had swallowed them whole. The silence was deafening. Her pulse thudded in her ears, so loud she could barely hear her own thoughts. The last thing she remembered, no, the only thing she remembered, was the figure, the shadow. It had reached for her, its glowing eyes piercing the dark with an unnatural fire. She could still feel the cold presence of it lingering in her skin, pressing into her bones like a weight that refused to let go. And Liam. Where was Liam? She turned her head, her hands trembling as she reached out, feeling the air around her, searching for any sign of him. The emptiness was overwhelming, suffocating. Her fingertips brushed against something cold, solid. The counter of the gas station. But it was wrong now. It didn't feel like the same place, the same building. The smooth surface of the counter felt different under her hand, slippery, as if coated in something wet. The faint smell of rust and decay lingered in the air, along with something darker, more rancid. A distant sound echoed, faint at first, like a voice lost in the wind. Her heart skipped a beat. Was someone else here? She spun around, eyes wide, but there was no one, no figure, no shadow, just the endless blackness. But then, the noise came again, clearer this time. A soft hum followed by the unmistakable static of a radio. The radio. Without thinking, Maya scrambled toward the noise. Her movements were jerky, as if the very air was trying to stop her, holding her back with invisible hands. She reached out and gripped the edge of a cold metal object, her fingers wrapping around the knob of the old radio. Her heart pounded louder in her chest as she twisted the dial, desperately searching for the source of the sound. The static buzzed, growing louder and more intense, as if fighting against her, fighting for control. But then, through the thick, crackling noise, a voice emerged. If you're hearing this, it's already too late. The words were as chilling as the cold air, a dagger to the heart. They didn't sound like a broadcast from a radio station. No, these words felt too direct, too intentional. It was a message, a warning. Maya froze, the world falling away as the voice continued, distorted but clear. You've made the wrong turn. You've entered the place where time forgets. No one leaves once they arrive. And now, you're one of us. Her breath hitched, a chill running through her veins. A sudden, intense wave of nausea slammed into her, and she staggered back, the words ringing in her ears, reverberating through her skull. The shadows seemed to shift, pulling tighter, wrapping themselves around her like a noose. She was no longer in control of her own body, her limbs sluggish and uncooperative. "Liam!" she gasped, spinning in a circle, her heart pounding. She didn't know if he was still here, if he was with her, but she couldn't shake the image of his vacant eyes, staring into the abyss. She couldn't shake the thought that he might have already been taken. But then, the radio crackled again, and her attention snapped back to the device. "We've been waiting for you, Maya." Her name, echoed in her mind, chilling her blood. There was no way the voice should know her. She didn't even know how it knew her, how it knew what was happening, but it did. It knew. It had been waiting, watching, the world around. Her seemed to bend. The radio crackled, the static growing louder, the voice now full of malice. "Your fate is sealed. You're not lost. You're trapped. You will never leave this place. You will wander, like all the others, forever." The words struck her like lightning, searing her skin, burning the very essence of her soul. The realization crashed over her, a suffocating wave of terror. This place, this highway, this forgotten stretch of road, wasn't just a place. It was a prison. The air shifted. The whispers that had been growing louder, more urgent, finally coalesced into something tangible, something with form and substance. They were no longer distant murmurs, lost in the wind. No, now they were everywhere, a chorus of voices, chanting in unison, repeating over and over again, "It's too late. It's too late. You'll never leave." Maya turned, her legs trembling, every muscle in her body screaming to run, to flee. But the door, the windows, everything was shut tight, sealed with invisible force. She was trapped. Trapped in a place that didn't exist, trapped in a nightmare she couldn't escape. The fog, the voices, the shadows, they had all been leading her here, guiding her to this moment. It had always been the plan. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't think. Her mind was unraveling, every thread of rationality torn apart by the truth that slammed into her with terrifying force. And then, the last crackling words came. "Welcome to the forgotten highway." The radio went silent, and for the first time, she saw the eyes, hundreds of them, glowing red like embers, watching her from the corners of the room, from the ceiling, from the floor. They were everywhere, eyes that had been there all along, just waiting for her to notice. But it was too late. Maya's heart hammered in her chest, her mind swirling with panic and confusion. The eyes, those eyes, stared down at her from every shadow, unblinking, unyielding. They seemed to pulse with an unnatural hunger, like 1,000 predatory creatures, locked in a silent, eternal watch. The oppressive weight of the air crushed her lungs, suffocating her with the realization that there was no escape. But then, just as she thought she couldn't take another breath, the atmosphere around her shifted. Something changed. The air, once thick with an eerie stillness, suddenly felt lighter. A shift so subtle she almost didn't catch it. And then she heard it. A soft sound, distant at first, but unmistakable. The snap of a twig underfoot, followed by the faint rustling of leaves. Maya's head whipped toward the source, her eyes wide. desperate to make sense of what was happening. Through the cracked windows, beyond the fading light of the station's flickering bulbs, a shape moved in the fog. It was a figure, a shadow, slowly materializing from the haze. As it came into view, Maya's stomach churned. There, standing in the middle of the road just outside the gas station, was a deer. At first, she thought it was a trick of the fog. The way it stood, motionless, its body outlined by the dim light, made it seem more like a shadow than a real animal. But no, the deer was real, or at least it looked real. Its massive antlers curled upwards, like jagged branches twisting toward the heavens, and its coat gleamed in the dim light, pale white with streaks of blood red staining its fur. The deer didn't move. Maya's breath caught. Something about it felt wrong. The silence had become unbearable. The soft wind that had been whipping around the station now stilled, as though the entire world had paused. Everything was still, except for the deer. It didn't blink. It didn't twitch a muscle. It simply stood there, frozen in place, its wide eyes locked on hers. But it wasn't just the stillness that unnerved her. It was the stare. The deer's eyes were wide, too wide. Its pupils unnaturally dilated, almost too human for an animal. There was a faint, inexplicable glimmer of something intelligent in those eyes. Not the blank stare of an animal, but something aware, something watching her. And then, just as she thought she couldn't take the intense gaze any longer, a soft, almost imperceptible sound began to rise from the air around her. A whisper. The whisper wasn't coming from the deer. It wasn't coming from anywhere that Maya could place. It was the wind itself, soft, slithering, like voices trapped in the earth, breaking free in hushed tones. The whisper seemed to encircle her, curling through her thoughts, brushing against her skin. It was almost too quiet to hear, but it grew louder, clearer, and its message became undeniable. Maya. Her pulse quickened. She stumbled back, eyes wide, heart pounding. She didn't want to turn away, she couldn't. But she had to. Come closer. The whisper was unmistakable now, and the voice was so familiar, so intimate. Maya's throat tightened as she realized that the voice knew her. It wasn't just a random whisper. It was speaking directly to her, calling her by name. But why? And that's when it hit her. The deer's eyes. They were familiar. It's calling me. Before she could finish the thought, the ground beneath her feet seemed to tremble. Just slightly, just enough to make her feel as if the very earth had started to shift. The whispering grew louder, more frantic now, as though the voices were multiplying. The deer's stance didn't change, but the air around it seemed to shimmer with an almost electric charge. And then it happened. The deer's lips moved. It was subtle at first, barely noticeable, but the motion of its jaw was unmistakable. The deer was speaking to her. And in that moment, Maya could hear the words, soft but crystal clear, curling through her mind like a chilling, twisted mantra. Leave the road, leave the highway, turn back. Her heart slammed against her chest. The words were a warning. But what was it? Was it the deer? Was it the highway itself speaking through the animal? Maya's eyes locked onto the creature, and it began to move. Slowly, deliberately, its hooves tapping against the pavement, each step sending a wave of dread through her. But the deer wasn't leaving. It was walking toward her. Maya froze. Her feet were heavy, cemented to the ground as the creature inched closer. Its antlers loomed above. It like twisted branches, and its eyes, those endless liquid eyes, never left hers. The space between them narrowed, and for a moment, it felt as though the air itself had thickened, pressing down on her chest. Maya could hear her own breath now, ragged, shallow. The whispers grew louder, more urgent, closer. Come closer. She was shaking, her legs threatening to give way beneath her, but she couldn't move. Her mind screamed at her to run, to get away, but her body was paralyzed, trapped in that unblinking gaze. The deer was almost there now, within arm's reach, and that's when she realized the worst thing of all. It wasn't the deer that was walking toward her. It was her. Somehow, she was stepping forward, closing the distance, taking slow, deliberate steps toward the thing she feared most. The ground trembled again. A low rumble like thunder shuddered through the earth. But it wasn't the wind. It was something else. Something that didn't belong. The deer's head tilted slightly to the side, and its lips parted again, revealing sharp, blackened teeth, teeth that shouldn't have been there. And then it whispered once more, "It's two." Late to leave, the world tilted, and Maya's stomach lurched as the ground beneath her shifted. She stumbled forward, her body moving with a will of its own. She couldn't stop herself. The whisper was taking over, wrapping itself around her like a chain, pulling her closer to the creature that watched, waited. The last thing she saw before everything went black was the deer's glowing eyes, and then nothing. Maya's mind was a blur. Her body, no longer her own, moved as if compelled by something far beyond her comprehension. The earth beneath her feet seemed to shift and pulse with a strange, unearthly rhythm, and every step she took was weighed down by a terrible, invisible force. Her limbs felt heavy, sluggish, like they were being dragged through thick, viscous fog, and yet she couldn't stop moving. The deer's gaze held her captive. Its eyes, dark and wide, bore into her like two black holes, pulling her in with an insidious, magnetic force. The whispers, now like a chorus of voices, curled around her mind, weaving their insidious words into every crevice of her thoughts. It's too late to leave. You belong to the road now. You belong to the highway. Maya tried to scream, but her voice was swallowed by the silence around her. Her throat tightened, choked by the weight of the air, as if the very atmosphere was pressing down on her. She wanted to run. She wanted to flee, to escape this waking nightmare. But her feet moved on their own, each step dragging her closer to the deer, closer to that hollow gaze that now felt like it was peeling her apart, layer by layer. The deer stood unmoving, its presence towering in front of her. It didn't twitch, didn't make a sound, yet the oppressive silence that enveloped them both seemed to carry a weight that Maya could feel deep in her chest. The fog was thickening again, swirling around the creature like an ethereal shroud, blurring the line between what was real and what was not. And then, as if to remind her of its power, the deer's lips parted, revealing teeth, long, jagged, black as coal, sharp like the thorns of some dark forest. The sight sent a violent shudder through Maya's body, but still, she couldn't stop. Come closer. The whisper came again, but it wasn't just in her mind anymore. It was in the very air around her, its words fluttering against her skin like the brush of 1,000 invisible fingers. It wasn't a voice. It was an urge, a compulsion. Maya could feel the pressure in her chest intensifying, as if the very essence of the air was pushing her forward, urging her to cross the threshold into some dark, unnameable place. Maya stumbled, her knees buckling under her, but the voice steadied her. It held her up, carried her. Her hands reached out instinctively, brushing against the rough texture of the deer's coat. The fur was cold, colder than ice, colder than anything she had ever felt, closer. She felt her heart skip a beat, the words thick in her ears. Something was wrong. Something was terribly wrong. And yet she couldn't bring herself to stop. Her hands slid down the deer's flank, her fingers brushing over the strange, unnatural patterns in its fur. It felt like the surface of it was shifting beneath her touch, like something was writhing underneath, like it was alive in a way that no animal should be. And then, in a moment of clarity, something inside her snapped. The coldness, the whispers, the presence. It was all too much. She had to break free. She had to stop this. But as she drew back, her body trembling with the force of the realization, the world around her began to distort. The air thickened, and the fog, once swirling in the background, now rushed toward her like a tide. Her vision blurred, and the edges of her reality began to bend. The ground beneath her feet was no longer solid. It rippled like water, as if the entire world was being swallowed by some vast, unseen force. The deer took a slow step forward, its hooves tapping softly on the cracked pavement. The sound echoed, reverberating through the fog. The world trembled in response. And then, just as she thought she could no longer bear the weight of it, the deer opened its mouth again. This time, the voice wasn't a whisper. It was a command. "Come closer, Maya. You're almost there." The words sank deep into her soul. They crawled under her skin, twisting and turning with an undeniable power. The creature was calling her to it, pulling her in, demanding she surrender to it, to the road, to the forgotten highway. Her body obeyed. Maya's legs moved forward again, even though her mind screamed for her to stop. She was no longer in control. Her fingers brushed the deer's fur once more, and this time, as she touched it, she could feel it more distinctly. Something shifting, something underneath the surface. It wasn't just the deer, it wasn't just an animal. The realization hit her like a jolt of electricity, but it was too late. The transformation had already begun. The deer's form began to change. It wasn't just the fur, now appearing to writhe and twist as if it were made of shadow, an inky blackness bleeding from beneath its coat. The antlers, once regal, began to curl and twist into grotesque spirals, their points sharp as knives. And then, the deer's body, its body, began to melt, to shift, to form something else entirely. The creature before her wasn't an animal anymore. It was something else, something ancient, something that had been buried within the very land, hidden for centuries. The deer was becoming a twisted, contorted reflection of itself, a mockery of nature's design. It stepped closer, its now human-like fingers reaching out for her. The voice that had once been so soft now boomed in her head, impossibly loud, as if it were speaking through every inch of her mind. "You are one of us now, Maya. You are bound to the road." Her chest constricted, and her breath caught in her throat. The whispers were deafening now, their voices crawling through her skin, filling her lungs, suffocating her. She tried to scream, but no sound came out. The creature's twisted, contorted face, still vaguely the deer's, leaned closer, its eyes glowing with an unnatural light. "We've waited for you." The last of Maya's willpower flickered like a dying flame. But before she could resist, before she could escape, the creature's hand, no, its claw, closed around her wrist. The pressure was unbearable. A wave of searing cold rushed through her body, as if the very essence of the highway itself was seeping into her veins, twisting her, reshaping her. And then she understood. It had always been this way. Maya's body felt as if it had been carved out from the inside, hollowed by something ancient and unfathomable. The cold, unnatural touch of the creature's claw gripped her wrist, pulling her forward, her chest constricted, her breath shallow, and yet the whispers, the voices, had only grown louder, more insistent, urging her to surrender, to join the forgotten highway. Her eyes locked onto the creature's face. The deer's face was long gone, replaced by something darker, something older. The glowing, unnatural eyes had split into many, thousands, flickering in and out of existence like stars scattered across a dark, cursed sky. The creature's mouth opened wide, revealing rows of sharp, jagged teeth that glistened in the faint light. The air around her turned colder, suffocatingly so, and the whispers reverberated through her skull, a discordant choir that blurred into an unintelligible, you are one of us now, Maya. You belong here. You belong to the road. Forever. And then, just as the words threatened to engulf her, the radio crackled to life once more, piercing the overwhelming silence. The static broke through the air like a thunderclap, raking its sharp fingers over her mind, pulling her back from the abyss, if only for a moment. Maya's pulse pounded in her ears as the familiar voice, the same voice from before, broke through the static, distorted and warped beyond recognition. It was calm, too calm, like it had always been waiting for this moment, this inevitable moment when she would understand. If you're hearing this, it's already too late. The words struck her like a physical blow, knocking the breath from her chest. Her knees buckled beneath her, but the creature's grip held firm, anchoring her to the cold, shifting ground beneath her feet. The creature didn't move, its face now a grotesque mask of hunger and satisfaction, its eyes, those glowing, flickering eyes, watching her as though it had seen this moment 1,000 times before. Maya could hardly breathe. The static from the radio pulsed in time with her heartbeat, reverberating in her bones. She could feel the weight of the air pressing down on her, crushing her, and yet her mind couldn't tear itself away from the broadcast. The words, the truth, had already been whispered to her, but now they were becoming clearer. They were meant for her. The voice continued, unhurried, almost soothing in its malice. You've entered the forgotten highway. There's no escape from here. Not now. Not ever. Her chest tightened. The radio was no longer just a background sound. It was the only sound now, a cold, oppressive hum, drawing her deeper into the madness, weaving her thoughts into its fabric. The creature's claw dug deeper into her wrist, pulling her in, drawing her closer to its writhing, shape-shifting body. It wasn't just the creature. It was the highway itself, the land, the fog, the twisted reality that surrounded them. We are the keepers of the road, the guardians of this place. You cannot leave. Maya shook her head, trying to break free from the creature's grip, trying to pull herself away from the voice, but it was impossible. Every inch of her being, every muscle, was anchored by the whispers, by the pull of the road. It wasn't physical anymore. The road had entered her mind. The highway had seeped into her very soul. The creature's mouth opened again, but this time no words came. Instead, a series of sickening, twisted images flashed through Maya's mind. Visions. The faces of those who had been here before her, trapped, forgotten. They all stared at her, their eyes hollow and dead, their skin thin and stretched over, their bones. They had been here, lost to the road just as she was now. We've waited for you, all of you. Maya gasped as the creature's voice reverberated through her body, vibrating in her chest, flooding her ears. She saw the figures now, not just visions, but real, tangible shadows drifting in and out of the fog. Their hollow eyes locked onto hers. They were watching her too. No one escapes. Not once you've entered the highway. The radio static flickered again, louder, sharper this time, like the breaking of glass. The voice, that same distorted, hollow voice, cut through the chaos, sending shards of terror through her heart. You will wander this road forever. Time does not exist here. It is a place between worlds, a place where the past and future blur, a place where the lost are kept. Forever. Her breath hitched. The realization crashed over her with an overwhelming weight, like a flood of cold, water that engulfed every inch of her body. The road wasn't just a road, it was alive. The voices, the figures, the creatures, they were all part of it. The highway was a living, breathing entity, and Maya was its newest captive. There would be no escaping it. You belong to us now. You are the new guardian of the road. You will never leave. You will never be free. The voice echoed again, and this time, it wasn't just the radio. The words were in the air, in the very ground beneath her feet. The air trembled as the voice continued, a harsh whisper against her ear. And now, you will be forgotten. Her body jerked, her head spinning, as the ground beneath her feet seemed to crumble away. The fog closed in, swallowing everything in sight. The whispers surged around her, louder now, filling every corner of her mind, drowning out her own thoughts, her own screams, and then silence. The radio cut off abruptly, leaving nothing but the distant howling of the wind and the suffocating pressure of the forgotten highway. The road stretched endlessly before her, the mile markers blinking, unchanging. The faces of the lost, the countless souls who had wandered here before, flickered in and out of the mist, their hollow eyes locked on hers. Maya could no longer tell if she was walking or floating. The world around her had become a blur, a never-ending loop of fog, of whispers, of eyes watching from the distance. She could feel the weight of eternity pressing down on her, her body growing numb, her mind slipping further away from the reality she once knew. She had been claimed by the highway, and, now like all the others before her, she was forgotten. Maya couldn't tell how long it had been. Time had become an abstract concept, a faraway memory lost in the void of the forgotten highway. She moved mechanically now, her legs carrying her forward without thought, as if some invisible force was guiding her through the endless expanse of fog. The road stretched out before her, but no matter how far she walked, it seemed to curve inward, always leading her back toward the same point, toward the same path she had just left. The trees, no, the shadows, lined the road in every direction, their twisted limbs reaching out like skeletal fingers, as though trying to pull her back into their dark embrace. The air was thick with something oppressive, something she couldn't name, a weight that made it hard to breathe, hard to think. Each breath she took felt labored, as if the very atmosphere was resisting her, dragging her deeper into the abyss. The mile markers had stopped changing now, frozen in place. The same number, 77, had repeated endlessly, unyielding, a mocking reminder that she was trapped in this place. The road itself had become a prison. The curves of the highway didn't make sense anymore, looping back upon themselves in ways that defied logic. Each corner led to another identical stretch of land, and no matter how far she walked, the fog never lifted. It was like a suffocating blanket, swallowing everything in its path. Maya's head throbbed with an almost unbearable pressure, a dull ache that pulsed with the rhythm of the whispers still haunting her ears. She couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her, always there, lurking just beyond the edges of her vision. It wasn't just the shadows. It was the very road itself. It was alive, shifting, adapting, warping around her as though it had become part of her. She could feel the highway pulling at her, tugging at her very soul, twisting her into its dark fabric. She stumbled, her feet tripping over the uneven pavement, and it was then that she saw it. A figure ahead, standing, just beyond the reach of the headlights. At first, it seemed like a trick of the light, a shadow that hadn't quite settled in the mist. But as she got closer, it became undeniable. It was her. The figure, tall and indistinct, stood motionless in the middle of the road, shrouded in the same dense fog that enveloped everything else. Its outline was blurry, as if it were both there, and not there at the same time, flickering like a reflection in shattered glass. Maya stopped in her tracks, her pulse racing. There was no mistaking it. The figure was her. The shape was just a silhouette, but she could see the curve of the shoulders, the length of the arms, the way the figure stood with a slow, almost deliberate grace. It was a mirror of herself, but not. It was as though it was her, but it wasn't. There was something wrong about it, wrong in the way it was still. Maya took a cautious step forward. Her heart thudded painfully in her chest as she felt her legs pull her toward the figure. It didn't move, didn't respond. It just stood there, staring into the abyss of the fog, its head slightly tilted as if it were waiting for her. Waiting for her to come closer. Another step. She felt an overwhelming sense of déjà vu, as though she had done this before, as though this moment had already happened 1,000 times over, stretching back into some forgotten time. Each step brought her closer, but she couldn't stop. She was no longer in control. It was as if the highway itself was pulling her in, bending her will to its own, closer. And then the figure spoke. Its voice was familiar but distorted, like a whisper trapped in static, the words jumbled and broken but still recognizable. Maya. Her breath caught in her throat. She couldn't move. The voice, it was her voice, but not quite. It was too distant, too fragmented, as if it had been pulled apart and reconstructed in 1,000 different ways, each one a little off, a little twisted. You've been here before. You know this road. It's always been you. Maya's heart stuttered in her chest. The words burrowed deep inside her, tugging at the fragments of her fading memories, pulling them into focus. Her knees buckled, and she fell to the ground, her hands scraping against the pavement as she tried to steady herself. You've always been part of the road, part of the highway. Forever. Just like me. The figure raised one arm slowly as though in greeting, and the motion was so eerily familiar that it made Maya's stomach churn. It was as if the figure, the other her, was inviting her to join, to become one with the road. A flood of images flashed in her mind, images of people who had come before her, trapped in the same eternal loop, their faces twisted in terror as they wandered the endless stretch of highway, never aging, never escaping. The figure's eyes, those eyes, glowed faintly through the fog, reflecting the same eerie blood-red light she had seen in the shadows before. Maya, Maya. The whispers continued like a chant, a lullaby that carried the weight of 1,000 lost souls. And then, just as she thought she could no longer bear it, the figure stepped forward, its feet moving silently through the fog, closing the distance between them. Its face, a reflection of her own, was now fully visible, and as she stared into the empty, hollow eyes of the creature before her, Maya realized the horrifying truth. The figure was her. It was a reflection of everything she had lost, everything she had become. She had been swallowed by the road. She had become a part of the highway, a guardian, a lost soul doomed to wander these endless curves forever. The highway had claimed her, and now it was ready to claim another. We are the highway. You will never leave. With the final whisper, the figure reached out and touched her arm, its hand cold and lifeless. The world tilted, the road spiraling inward once again. The fog closed in, and the last shred of Maya's willpower was consumed by the endless, suffocating grip of the forgotten highway. Maya felt her body shift, twisting, stretching, like she was being pulled through a thin veil between worlds. The figure that had been her reflection no longer stood before her. Instead, the road seemed to expand in every direction, its curvature stretching outward into an infinite, unbroken loop. Her mind reeled, trying desperately to comprehend the chaos around her, but nothing made sense anymore. There were no boundaries, no edges, just fog and road, and the endless hum of whispers that seemed to merge into one entity. And then, through the haze, something caught her eye. A dark shape. An old, rusted car sat abandoned on the side of the road. Its once gleaming paint was now chipped and faded, the windows cracked, and the tires deflated. The car was like an old, forgotten relic, left to rot at the edge of time, surrounded by the suffocating fog that seemed to seep into every crack and crevice of the vehicle. Maya's heart skipped a beat. A sudden, strange compulsion urged her forward. She didn't want to go near it. She didn't want to investigate. But something in the back of her mind pushed her toward the vehicle, something primal, like a voice she couldn't ignore. Her legs moved before her mind could protest, bringing her closer to the abandoned car. Each step felt heavier, as if the very road was weighing her down, dragging her closer to the inevitable truth. She could feel the cold air biting into her skin, could feel the whispering voices fluttering in her ears like moths, their fragmented words mixing with the steady pounding of her heart. The car sat there waiting for her almost expectantly. She reached the door and hesitated. The handle was covered in rust, the metal giving a dull squeak as she touched it. The air around the car smelled of damp earth, of rot, sickly sweet, like something long forgotten. She felt a cold shiver run down her spine, but her fingers curled around the handle, turning it with a force that didn't feel like her own. The door creaked open. Inside, the car was empty, but not in the way she expected. There were no remnants of belongings, no traces of a past passenger. Nothing that would indicate the vehicle had been used recently. The seats, cracked and worn, seemed to sag under the weight of time, as though the car had been abandoned for decades. Yet something about it felt alive, like it was still waiting, still hoping for someone to come and sit in its decaying embrace. Maya's eyes scanned the interior, looking for anything out of place. Her fingers brushed the dust-covered dashboard, and for a fleeting moment, she thought she saw a glimmer of movement, a flicker in the rearview mirror, something shifting behind her. She turned quickly, but there was nothing there. Just more fog. Just the suffocating silence. Her pulse quickened, but it wasn't fear. It was familiarity. Something inside her recognized this car, this place, in a way she couldn't explain. The unease grew stronger, a cold sense of dread creeping up her spine as she stepped back, suddenly desperate to leave. But the road, the fog, it was still there. The same looping stretch of highway, the same endless repetition of mile marker, and she felt trapped again, suffocated, like the very air was holding her hostage. And then, from somewhere behind her, a faint sound, the screech of tires on gravel. Maya spun around, her eyes wide with fear. But the car hadn't moved. The engine wasn't running. No one had come. Yet the sound was unmistakable. Someone was coming. Someone was approaching, but from where? Her heart thudded in her chest, and she felt the sharp sting of panic clawing at her insides. She glanced back at the abandoned car, its vacant, lifeless interior offering no answers, and suddenly felt wrong. There was something about this place that tugged at her mind, some unseen connection she couldn't quite grasp. She had seen this car before. No, she had. But the car wasn't hers. The car wasn't Liam's. The realization hit her like a wave. She had seen the car in her own reflection. She had seen it in the twisted face of the figure that had beckoned her, the reflection that was now a part of the road, a part of the highway itself. This was where they all ended up. This was where everyone who walked this path wound up. The abandoned car was the symbol, the final resting place, the inevitable conclusion. She had seen the other faces, the lost. The twisted, hollow eyes that once had names, once had identities, before the highway had consumed them. Those who wandered the endless road, trapped in the same cycle just like her. And now the car was waiting for her too. Waiting for her. To sit inside, to join the ranks of the forgotten. Suddenly there was a shift. The whispering grew louder, more frantic, rising from the very ground beneath her. It was no longer the faint whispers that haunted her mind, but a chorus of voices, all speaking at once. Come back. Come back. You'll be one of us. Come back, and the road will stop. The cycle will end. But she knew better now. The The road didn't stop. It didn't end. The highway was eternal. The voices weren't offering peace. They were pulling her back into the endless loop. She was already becoming one of them. She turned away from the car, her feet dragging, her mind spiraling as the fog seemed to thicken around her, suffocating her senses. She wanted to run. She wanted to scream. But there was nowhere to go. The car, the road, it all stretched before her, as endless as time itself. And no matter how far she walked, no matter how hard she fought, she knew she would always return here, to the place where it all began. Her eyes scanned the horizon, searching for something, anything that could break the cycle. But there was only the fog, the road, the looming presence of the highway that had already claimed her. And as she stood there, the first rays of dawn began to break through the fog, casting long, jagged shadows across the pavement. But it didn't feel like morning. The light was false, cold, like the world was simply resetting, starting again, as if the cycle was about to repeat itself. Her feet began to move again, and in the distance, the sound of screeching tires grew louder. The road stretched endlessly before her, an unbroken ribbon of cracked asphalt disappearing into the thickening fog. The very air felt different now, heavy, oppressive, suffused with a feeling of foreboding that clung to Maya like a second skin. Every step she took was a battle, her feet dragging with an unnatural weight, as though the highway itself were pulling her forward, urging her to continue down this path, no matter how much she fought to resist. The sound of the screeching tires had grown louder, but it wasn't approaching. No, it was moving away from her, fading into the distance, leaving only the disorienting hum of the road. But she couldn't shake the feeling that the car was still out there somewhere, waiting for her to return to it, to climb inside and become a part of the cycle. She turned her head back toward the abandoned vehicle, now barely visible in the fog, but it was gone. The place where it had once been was empty, the road stretching uninterrupted, devoid of any sign that it had ever been there. Had she imagined it? No, she hadn't. It had been real. The car had been real, and it was part of this place, this road, the highway that twisted and contorted with a mind of its own, pulling her deeper into its grasp. Maya's mind was unraveling, and the fear that gnawed at her grew sharper, more insistent. Her pulse quickened as the fog seemed to press in on her, closer now, as if it was alive, suffocating her with its insidious presence. She needed to keep moving, needed to get away. But where was she supposed to go? She turned again, desperate to find any sign of life, any escape from the oppressive, suffocating silence. But there was nothing. The road was a loop, a never-ending path that twisted in on itself, folding into an impossible horizon. No matter how far she walked, it all led back to the same place, the same stretch of land where the road disappeared into the fog, where time had no meaning. A sudden sound, low and ominous, rattled through the stillness. The faintest tremor in the ground, a vibration so subtle it might have been imagined, ran through her legs, as if the earth itself was shifting beneath her. Maya's heart raced as the sensation of movement underfoot intensified. The road, the ground, the very air around her, all of it seemed to tremble as though something was awakening, something beneath the road, something ancient and hungry. She froze. Ahead of her, the horizon seemed to warp, bending in unnatural ways, like a distortion in reality itself. The road didn't curve this way. The fog didn't move like that. Maya stepped forward cautiously as her eyes strained to make sense of the sight before her. The asphalt stretched out, but instead of the usual monotonous stretch of pavement, the road began to twist upward, spiraling in on itself like a funnel, pulling the land towards some unseen point. The sky above her had darkened, though she couldn't tell when it had happened. It was as if the very concept of day and night had no place here. The fog swirled, thickening, and within it, something moved, a shadow, a shape, It was too large to be a person, too formless to make out. And then, with terrifying clarity, the road vanished. Gone. Maya's breath caught in her throat. The fog cleared, not in the direction she had been walking, but to her right. And there it was, just beyond the haze, an open space. A vast, yawning chasm where the road should have been. A black void that stretched endlessly, far beyond what her eyes could comprehend. The road, her road, had disappeared into nothingness. There was no sign of where it had gone, no explanation for the massive emptiness that now stood before her. The twisting, bending asphalt had vanished like smoke, leaving behind only a hollow, vacant space, as if the highway had been swallowed by the earth. For a moment, there was nothing. A cold silence stretched around her, a suffocating absence that echoed in the pit of her stomach. Then, from the depths of the chasm, something stirred. A sound like a faint scraping against stone, dragging itself through the dark. It grew louder, and Maya realized with sudden horror that it wasn't just the sound of something coming closer. It was the sound of the road returning. The road, her road, was coming back. She could feel it beneath her feet. A tremor rippled through the ground as the fog receded, and the dark, formless shape at the edge of the chasm began to take shape. The pavement, black, slick, and newly laid, seemed to emerge from the void, creeping forward like an extension of the very land itself. The road was reforming, reconstructing itself, and as it grew, it began to curve, just as it always had, toward her. Maya took a step back, her heart pounding in her chest. She had to move, she had to run. But the road was already there, stretching. Outward, pulling her back into its fold, her feet felt as if they were rooted to the ground, her legs refusing to obey her commands. She glanced over her shoulder, but there was nothing. The fog had disappeared, leaving behind only the thick, oppressive silence and the now closed chasm. She didn't want to go back. She couldn't. But the road was a force beyond her control. The whispers had started again, rising from the very ground beneath her, louder now, more insistent. The highway wanted her. It was calling her. It was bringing her back to the place where it all began. Come back, Maya. Her chest tightened with dread as the new stretch of road loomed before her, the end of the journey just beyond reach. And with every step she took toward the newly formed path, the whispers grew stronger, louder, as if they were feeding off her fear, pulling her toward the inevitable. There was no turning back now. She had entered the highway, and the highway had claimed her. She was stuck. And as the road twisted back on itself, the last mile marker appeared just ahead. Mile 77. The road was a living thing now, pulsating beneath Maya's feet, pulling her forward with a magnetic force that no willpower could resist. The fog had thickened once again, obscuring the edges of the world around her. She could feel the pressure, building in her chest, suffocating her, as the whispers wrapped tighter around her mind. They were no longer distant murmurs, but sharp, jagged voices that screamed for her attention, each one rising over the last in a cacophony of urgency. Come closer, come closer. You must come closer. The sound was deafening. The words echoed in every part of her body, vibrating in her bones, drowning out any thought, any hope of escape. Maya's feet dragged, her every step a battle against an invisible force that pulled her deeper into the highway's grasp. Her legs burned, her muscles ached, but still she was compelled to move forward. She couldn't fight it anymore. She didn't know how long she had been walking. Minutes, hours, days. Time had become irrelevant. The road was endless. It twisted, spiraled, stretched into infinity, pulling her along like a puppet on a string. The sky above her was no longer just dark. It was a blackness that swallowed light. The clouds seemed to hang lower now, thick and oppressive, as if they were pressing in on her, suffocating her, threatening to crush her under their weight. The air grew colder, the temperature dropping at an alarming rate until her breath turned to vapor, freezing in the air before her. The ground beneath her feet felt solid, but it was wrong, like she wasn't walking on earth anymore. And then the whispering stopped. It was abrupt, jarring. The silence that followed was more deafening than the whispers themselves. It was a suffocating, oppressive stillness, like the entire world had come to a grinding halt. Maya stopped, her body trembling as she strained to hear something, anything. Her pulse thudded in her ears, and the world around her seemed to press in, pressing on her very soul. Her breath quickened, her chest rising and falling with each panicked gasp. She was so alone, so utterly alone. The fog swirled in every direction, thick and impenetrable. The road stretched endlessly before her, but there was nothing at its end. There was no light, no horizon, just an endless, yawning blackness. And then a sound. The sound of a door creaking open. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but it grew louder with each passing second. The door's screech was agonizing, like a tortured animal crying, out for release. The sound was coming from behind her somewhere in the fog, but Maya didn't dare turn. The darkness in front of her was more inviting than the shadow that had begun to stir behind her. The door was a call. She knew that. It was pulling her in, forcing her to acknowledge it. Another creak, louder this time. The door was open now, and with it, something else stepped through. Maya spun around, but there was nothing at first, just more fog. The world was now too still. It was as though time itself had frozen, holding its breath, waiting for her to acknowledge the thing that was coming. She could feel it, its presence lurking in the fog. And then, as if it had been waiting for the exact moment to reveal itself, it emerged. A figure. It wasn't fully formed, not entirely human. It was more like a shadow, an ink blot against the fog. But there was something deeply wrong about it. The edges of its form wavered, constantly shifting, as though it could not quite hold a solid shape. And yet, there was no mistaking it. It was moving toward her. The figure was tall, too tall, its limbs too long, stretched in unnatural angles that made it seem like it didn't belong in this world. Its face, if it could even be called that, was a void, nothing but a black, empty space where eyes should have been. But somehow, Maya could feel the gaze, that hollow stare that pushed at her, pulling her in, drowning her in its emptiness. The air grew colder still, biting into her skin like 1,000 needles. The figure was closer now, its movements slow and deliberate, each step sending a ripple of fear through Maya's body. And then it spoke. The voice wasn't human. It wasn't anything she could recognize. It was the sound of the road itself. You cannot leave. Not now. Not ever. Maya's heart stopped. Her legs gave way beneath her, but she caught herself on the road, her hands scraping against the cold asphalt. The words, the voice, raked across her mind like claws, digging deep into the very essence of her being. She felt the weight of the truth settling over her. The road had claimed her. The highway had swallowed her whole, and there was no escape. The darkness around her seemed to press in, suffocating her. The figure, no, the presence, was standing just beyond her reach now, towering over her, its shape flickering in and out of existence, like a dying flame. Its voice reached her again, softer now, like a whispered lullaby that filled her mind with dread. This is your home now. You will wander forever. Lost. Forgotten. The words wrapped around her, squeezing the air from her lungs. Maya tried to scream, but no sound came out. She tried to run, to flee from the figure, but the road was pulling her back. The fog was closing in, thickening, swallowing everything around her, and then, just as she thought she would be lost forever, something else happened. The road itself, the highway, seemed to tremble, a low hum reverberating beneath her feet. The fog parted, but not to reveal the endless road, no. It parted to reveal a different scene altogether, the familiar mile marker, mile 77. It wasn't just there. It was there, standing in front of her, bright and flashing like a neon sign. The numbers blinked, repeating over and over, and then slowly, the figure moved forward, its form warping, distorting into 1,000, shifting images, each one more horrific than the last. "This is where you belong," it whispered. And Maya understood. There was no escape. Maya's mind was a battlefield, her thoughts a chaotic blur of fear, confusion, and a terrible sense of inevitability. The highway had become her prison. The figure, whatever it was, whatever it had been, had spoken the truth, its words sinking into her mind with a weight that was impossible to ignore. "This is where you belong." Her heart was still racing, her chest tight with panic, but every part of her, her body, her mind, her soul, was caught in the same loop. The road stretched before her, unending, infinite, like a thread that had no beginning and no end. The fog had parted again, but instead of revealing something new, something real, it only brought her back to the same place. The same stretch of road, the same mile markers, the same stretching emptiness. It was as if the highway itself had been waiting for her to understand, waiting for her to realize that there was no exit, no way out. No matter how far she walked, no matter how many turns she took, she would always return to this spot, always end up at the same place. The figures from the fog, the whispers that filled her mind, they had all been part of the cycle, and now she was too. Her legs were shaking, but still, she couldn't stop walking. Her feet moved of their own accord, dragging her forward as if they were on a leash tied to the very road itself. She could feel the pull, the compulsion, as though the highway had wrapped its tendrils around her soul and was slowly dragging her down into the darkness. Maya's eyes locked onto the mile marker as it flickered before her, its numbers glowing faintly in the mist. 77. It had always been 77. No matter how far she walked, no matter how many hours, days, or years she had spent on this endless stretch of road, it always brought her back here. This was the starting point, the middle, and the end of everything. "This is where you belong." The voice whispered again, the same hollow, distorted tone she had heard before, as if it were coming from the very pavement beneath her feet. The road had no mercy. The highway had no end. It was a place outside of time, a place where the lost were trapped, where the endless cycle of wandering was the only reality. The whispers grew louder again, but this time Maya didn't fight them. There was no point. She was tired. So tired. Her mind felt like it was slipping away, her thoughts becoming more disjointed, more fractured with each passing moment. She could feel her body growing colder, her skin tingling with the strange, unnatural chill that had settled over the land. The air felt thick, oppressive, pressing down on her chest as though the fog itself were alive, a suffocating, invisible force wrapping around her. Her feet carried her forward, and she couldn't remember how long she had been walking anymore. Had it been days, hours, or had it been centuries? Was this even real? "You'll never leave," the voice said again. "We've been waiting for you. You are one of us now, forever." The words pierced through her like 1,000 sharp knives, and for a moment she thought she would fall, thought the weight of them would crush her completely. But she didn't fall. She kept walking. She had no choice. She couldn't stop, and then something shifted in the distance. something strange and wrong. The road, which had been endless, twisting in its unyielding loop, bent. It curved sharply in a direction it had never taken before, breaking the cycle. Maya's heart stuttered in her chest, and for the first time she thought she saw an opening, a break in the endless fog. It was faint, just a glimmer of light, just a sliver of possibility. Her eyes widened with sudden, desperate hope. She could feel it, a sliver of escape, a chance to break free from the cycle, from the whispers. She didn't know how or why, but for the first time since this nightmare began, she saw a way out. She broke into a run, her breath ragged as she pounded down the road, the distant light pulling her forward. The wind whipped around her, colder than before, colder than anything she had ever felt, but she didn't care. The light ahead grew brighter, more tangible. She could see it now, like a distant star, like the glimmer of hope she had so desperately been searching for. She was almost there, almost free, almost. But just as she reached the end of the road, the place where the light should have been, where the escape should have been waiting for her, the fog closed in. The light vanished. The road stopped. She stumbled to a halt, her breath caught in her throat as the fog pressed in from all sides. She blinked, desperate to see what had just happened, but the road had disappeared. No, she had fallen into the same trap. The path had vanished, as if it had never been there at all. There was nothing ahead of her, just the endless, never-ending stretch of the highway and the mile marker. 77. Her breath came in ragged gasps as the reality of what had just happened slammed into her. The road had shifted, had changed, but it had only done so to trap her again. It was as if the highway itself was playing with her, teasing her with the hope of escape before pulling it away at the last moment. Maya collapsed to her knees, the cold pavement pressing against her skin. She couldn't move. Her body wouldn't listen. Her mind was fragmented, lost in the constant loop. But she couldn't escape. "You'll never leave," the voice whispered again, and this time it didn't feel like the road. It didn't feel like the figure. It felt like her own voice. She had become part of the highway, and now she was lost. The miles stretched out before her, forever, and mile 77 blinked, unchanging, as if it had been there all along. The air was thick with silence, suffocating in its stillness. Maya's chest tightened, her breath shallow and ragged as she stared at the unchanging mile marker. 77. The same number, the same road, the same twisted, endless path she had walked 1,000 times. There was no escape, no freedom. The whispers had faded, but they still lingered in the back of her mind, an insistent hum, a low, oppressive pressure that threatened to crack her apart. She could feel it now, deep in her bones, the certainty that the road was not just a place, but a sentience, something ancient and unknowable, watching her, feeding off her fear. She had become part of it. The highway had claimed her, just as it had claimed everyone before her. The endless cycle would continue, and she was now bound to it, lost in the labyrinth of roads that stretched into infinity. Her legs were stiff, her body aching with exhaustion, but she could no longer move. She had no strength left, no will to keep going. The fog closed in tighter around her, and the darkness of the road felt like a weight that was pressing her down, suffocating her thoughts, her very existence. There was no way out, no way forward, no way back. She had become one with the forgotten highway. And then, through the crushing silence, she heard it. The faintest crackle, the unmistakable hum of static. She blinked, her head snapping up, her heart leaping in her chest. The sound had come from nowhere, from the very air around her. It was the same static that had haunted her for what felt like an eternity. The radio. That cursed, distorted voice that had followed her, taunted her, and now it was back. Maya's eyes scanned the fog, but there was nothing. No sign of a radio, no device in sight. Just the endless stretch of road and the cold, oppressive silence that filled the space between the static. The voice came through the static once more, clearer now, but still distorted, as if it were being transmitted from somewhere far, far away. The tone was cold, detached, but there was something familiar about it. It was the same voice she had heard before, the voice of the road. If you're hearing this, it's already too late. The words hit her like a blow. Her heart skipped a beat. She felt her body tense, every muscle frozen in place. The voice, the same one she had heard countless times, now seemed more real than ever, more present. It was no longer a distant whisper. It was all around her, filling her mind with its cold certainty. You've crossed the threshold, Maya. You've entered the place where time doesn't matter, where the road is all that exists. You will never leave. You are part of the highway now. Forever. Her head spun, her thoughts fragmenting. The road had always been her prison, but now it was her eternity. She had crossed into a place where there was no escape, no end. The road would go on, endless, stretching into the blackness, and she would walk it for all eternity, a part of its endless, cyclical torment. She sank to her knees, her mind unraveling. She couldn't fight it. She couldn't scream. She could barely breathe, and yet the voice continued, its words like ice shattering her sanity. You are not lost. You are home. This is where you belong. This is where you will stay. Maya closed her eyes, the pressure in her chest growing unbearable. She wanted to run. She wanted to scream. She wanted to escape. But there was no escape. There was only the highway, only mile 77, glowing faintly in the distance, beckoning her forward into the nothingness. The static continued, crackling through the air like an electric storm. The voice was softer now, quieter, but it still pierced through her thoughts, a constant reminder of what she had become. You've always been here, Maya. You just didn't know it yet. The highway has always been your path, and now you are its guardian. You are part of the road, just like all the others before you. The truth settled into her mind like a cold stone, heavy and immovable. She was not lost, not anymore. She had been chosen by the road, and now she was part of its eternal cycle. The fog, the whispers, the endless pavement, it had all been waiting for her. And now she would wander it, just like the others who had come before her, forever bound to the highway. Her eyes opened slowly, her gaze fixed on the mile marker. 77. It had always been 77. And then the final words came, slow and deliberate, carrying the weight of an eternity. Welcome back, Maya. The world shifted, the road before her warping as the fog closed in around her. The whispers returned, louder than ever, filling her ears with the names of the lost, the forgotten. And as the darkness pressed in, Maya realized that she had become one of them. She was no longer a traveler. She was part of the road, a guardian of the highway, destined to wander the endless stretch of pavement, never to find rest, never to escape. The road had claimed her, and now, like all the others before her, she was forgotten. The fog closed in, and the mile 77 marker flickered one last time, and then nothing. You're deep into the story now, and the horrors are only escalating. If you're still with us, don't forget to like and subscribe. Tell us where you're listening from in the comments. Who else is staying up late to face this nightmare? Settle in. The terror continues. Story 2. It was early in the morning when Ryan and Mark pulled their battered Forerunner into the small, unmarked trailhead just outside Pisgah National Forest. The sun had barely risen, casting a soft orange glow across the thick fog that curled around the mountains. The air was damp and heavy with the scent of pine needles and moss, the kind of aroma that makes you feel as if you've stepped into a different world entirely, one where the outside world no longer exists. Ryan was grinning, his backpack already slung over his shoulder, clearly excited. This is going to be epic, man. A full weekend in the mountains, just us, no distractions. We deserve this after the crap week I had at work, he said, his voice carrying the enthusiasm that came so naturally to him. Mark, on the other hand, was quieter, his brow furrowed as he gazed up at the dense, towering trees. There was something about the stillness of the forest that unsettled him, something that made his gut tighten. He had always loved hiking, loved the wild beauty of the mountains, but something about Pisgah felt off. Perhaps it was the stories he'd heard over the years, rumors about the land, the strange disappearances, the weird events that had happened in this forest. It was just a feeling, but it gnawed at him like a slow burn. Yeah, sure. Epic, Mark replied, though his voice lacked the same fervor. He ran a hand through his dark hair and tugged his backpack strap tighter. The weight of it seemed to pull him deeper into the earth. You sure we're prepared for the full trail? I read this place can get pretty wild. Some parts are remote. Ryan waved him off, as if his concern were misplaced. You worry too. Much. We've been on tougher trails than this. Pisgah's just got a reputation because of the remoteness. But that's why it's perfect. It'll be just like the old times, you know. Just like the trip we took last summer in the Adirondacks. Mark nodded absently, trying to shake off the unease that had settled deep into his bones. Yeah, right. The Adirondacks. That was a mess, man. They laughed, and it was as though the momentary tension lifted, swallowed by the familiarity of old friends joking around. They had been through worse, Mark knew. Backpacking trips filled with bad weather, wrong turns, sore muscles, but they'd always made it out. And they would this time too. Pisgah had always been a popular spot for hikers, so how dangerous could it really be? They grabbed their gear, slinging backpacks over their shoulders and adjusting their hiking boots as they stepped out of the car. The trailhead was marked by a wooden sign, weathered by time, with only a few faint symbols and an old map etched in its grain. Mark glanced at it, then at the overgrown path ahead. It's not too late to turn back, Mark muttered, half to himself, half to Ryan. We could hit some of the other trails instead, make a weekend of it elsewhere. Ryan's laugh was light-hearted, but it felt forced, as though he was trying too hard to convince Mark that everything was fine. Come on, man. The whole point of this is to get away from the noise. No cell service, no work, just pure wilderness. It'll be perfect. Still, Mark hesitated. A faint flicker of doubt crossed his mind. But then he shook his head. He couldn't back out now. They had planned this for weeks. Plus, there was no real reason to worry. It was just a feeling. An irrational fear that would fade once they were deep in the woods and surrounded by nothing but the sound of nature. Ryan led the way as they began their hike into the dense forest. The path was narrow, almost swallowed by the vegetation around it, the soft soil beneath their feet squelching with each step. Overhead, the trees twisted and arched, their thick canopies blocking out much of the sky. It was eerily silent. Not even the usual calls of birds or the rustling of small animals seemed to pierce the air. Just the distant whisper of the wind, through the leaves, a sound that somehow felt too quiet for a forest. So, tell me again why we picked this trail, Mark asked, trying to break the silence as the unease gnawed at him. I mean, it's not exactly the most traveled route. Is it? Ryan glanced over his shoulder, smiling brightly. It's one of the most remote, yeah, but that's what makes it so great. We're going to be off the beaten path, no crowds, just us, the woods, and peace, no distractions. They kept walking, pushing through thick underbrush that grew denser the farther they went. Mark had been hiking in forests for years, but this felt different. The air was too thick, the silence too heavy. It was as if the forest itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. After a couple of hours, the trail began to narrow even further, almost indistinguishable in places. They had seen no other hikers, no signs of wildlife, just endless stretches of trees and undergrowth. Mark was beginning to feel like they were walking in circles, but Ryan kept pushing forward with that same infectious enthusiasm, oblivious to the tension building in his friend. At midday, they set up camp by a small bubbling creek. It was quiet, serene even, but the feeling of being watched never left Mark. As he unpacked his things, he kept glancing nervously over his shoulder, scanning the woods. The trees stood too still, their branches not swaying in the wind as they should have. Mark tried to shake it off, but the eerie quiet was unsettling. Ryan was the first to light the campfire. The flames crackled, sending brief flickers of light dancing across the trunks of the trees, casting long, thin shadows. They sat down on nearby logs, eating sandwiches as the fire crackled between them, filling the air with the smoky scent of burning wood. The conversation drifted aimlessly between trivial things, work, old stories, and future trips. But Mark's attention kept wandering. The shadows in the trees felt like they were shifting, moving just out of the corner of his eye. He kept hearing things too, small twigs snapping, leaves rustling, but when he turned to look, nothing was there. Just the same silent, still trees. Ryan didn't seem to notice, too wrapped up in the moment, but Mark's discomfort only grew. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. "You know, I've been thinking," Ryan said suddenly, breaking the silence. "We've been out here for hours and haven't seen a single other person, not one. Kind of weird, huh?" Mark swallowed, trying to mask his anxiety with a forced chuckle. "Yeah, it is strange. Maybe it's the time of year, or maybe they're all on the more popular trails." Ryan nodded thoughtfully, staring into the fire. "Maybe. But that's what I like about it. Less people, more wilderness. We have the place to ourselves." Mark didn't respond, instead staring at the forest's edge, feeling an undeniable pull to the shadows that crept around the edges of their campsite. He didn't want to admit it, but the forest felt alive, watching them from all sides. He knew it was probably just his imagination, but every part of him screamed that something was wrong. The fire crackled, casting an eerie glow on Ryan's face, making him look almost otherworldly. His smile was wide, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Yet in the back of Mark's mind, a tiny voice whispered that this trip wasn't going to end the way they thought it would. A sudden gust of wind swept through the trees, snapping the branches and making the fire flicker. Mark's heart skipped a beat as the shadows deepened, stretching impossibly far from the trees. "Hey," Ryan said, noticing the look on Mark's face. "What's up with you? You look like you've seen a ghost." Mark forced a smile. "I'm fine. Just tired, I guess. The trail's a little more intense than I expected." Ryan gave him a sympathetic glance but didn't press. "Don't worry about it. A good night's rest, and you'll feel better tomorrow." Mark nodded, but couldn't shake the growing feeling that he had made a mistake coming here. As the light faded and the forest became cloaked in darkness, Mark's unease only intensified. The quiet stillness of the place was oppressive, and the shadows seemed to shift just out of sight. He couldn't remember the last time he felt so exposed, so vulnerable. Something in the air had changed, but he couldn't put his finger on it. Just as the fire began to die down, Mark glanced over at Ryan. His friend had leaned back against a tree, eyes half closed, content to enjoy the last of the warmth from the fire. Mark stood up quietly, telling himself he needed some air. He told Ryan he'd be back in a few minutes. The forest was darker now, and the air felt thick as Mark stepped away from the firelight. Each step into the trees felt like a journey further away from the safety of the campsite, further away from everything that felt normal. But The first light of dawn filtered through the dense canopy of trees, casting pale, fractured beams onto the soft earth below. The chirping of birds had already begun to rise in pitch, filling the quiet gaps left by the stillness of the night. Mark's eyes fluttered open, and for a moment he felt the weight of the forest around him, the deep quiet that seemed to press in from all sides. His mind was hazy from sleep, but something didn't feel right. He lay still for a moment, staring up at the dark fabric of the tent's ceiling, listening to the soft rustling of the wind through the trees. The sounds were familiar, comforting, even, but they carried a strange sense of isolation, of being far removed from the world. It was as though the forest itself had grown too silent in the night, as if it had swallowed all sound and left only an oppressive stillness in its wake. His breath caught for a second, as he realized the tent felt colder than it had when he'd fallen asleep. The warmth of the fire they'd shared had long since evaporated, leaving only the chilled breath of the mountain morning to creep in through the thin fabric. But that wasn't it. There was something else, a presence. It wasn't overt, but it tugged at the edges of his thoughts. He sat up slowly, brushing the back of his hand against his face. The dim light outside the tent was enough to see the haze of his breath in the air. He yawned, stretching stiff limbs as he reached for his watch on the ground beside him. It was 6:30 a.m., earlier than he'd expected. Ryan, ever the morning person, was probably already up and moving, no doubt eager to start the day's trek. Mark unzipped the tent slowly, trying not to make a sound. The forest outside was dark and damp, the ground soft underfoot from the dew that had settled overnight. A thick layer of fog curled up from the creek nearby, a pale, almost ghostly mist rising in gentle tendrils to weave between the trees. It was beautiful, yes, serene even, but that quiet, almost unnatural stillness hadn't gone away. The forest felt too quiet, too still. Mark stepped out of the tent, the earth soft and wet beneath his boots. The air felt heavy with the smell of wet moss and pine, the damp earth pressing against his skin like it was absorbing his very presence. The ground gave underfoot with each step, like the earth itself was reluctant to let him pass. It felt wrong. He shook his head, trying to banish the thoughts from his mind. This was the forest. It was what it did. Things moved here that didn't move anywhere else, and the quiet was just part of the deal. Still, Mark's skin crawled as he glanced around the campsite, his gaze darting to the place where Ryan's sleeping bag had been. The fire from the night before had been reduced to a few smoldering embers, the heat long gone, leaving behind only the scent of burnt wood and smoke. The dim glow of the embers barely reached the edge of the camp, casting long shadows that made the trees seem taller, darker. He scanned the area again, but Ryan's bag was empty. Ryan was gone. Mark's stomach dropped. A quiet panic began to coil in his chest as he stood motionless for a few seconds, staring at the spot where his friend had been. Surely Ryan had just gone for a walk. He wouldn't have left without telling him. Mark shook his head again, trying to shake off the feeling that had crept into his thoughts. Maybe Ryan had gone to collect firewood or to explore a little before breakfast. Still, the absence seemed odd, as if the morning had arrived too quietly. Without the usual stirrings of their usual routine, Mark started to walk around the campsite looking for signs of his friend. He found nothing out of the ordinary, no sign of a struggle, no indication that anything had gone wrong. The tent, Ryan's bag, and their supplies were all in place. The faint trail leading toward the creek was unbroken, the grass still wet from the morning dew. "Ryan," Mark called softly, a slight tremor in his voice as he stepped toward the trees. There was no answer, just the soft whisper of wind through the leaves and the distant drip of water from the creek. Mark's heart raced, his footsteps quickening as he moved further into the trees. His mind began to race with possibilities. Maybe Ryan had gone ahead, eager to start the hike and see the sights. But there was something about the silence that made Mark feel as if he were walking deeper into a place he shouldn't be, a place where even the forest held its breath. The path that led into the deeper parts of Pisgah was narrow, barely a trail at all, overgrown with thick vines and brambles that tugged at his clothing as he passed. It was almost as though the forest itself had decided to swallow the trail, whole, giving no indication of where it had once been. Mark kept moving forward, calling out Ryan's name, though his voice felt small, lost in the vastness of the wilderness. "Ryan." He called again, this time louder, his voice echoing through the trees, only to be swallowed by the fog and the eerie quiet of the forest. His breath quickened, and a cold knot formed in his stomach. It wasn't like Ryan to disappear without a word, especially after all the trips they had done together. This didn't feel right. The quiet, the thick mist, the fact that Ryan was nowhere to be seen. It felt as if something had gone wrong, as if something was waiting. After a few minutes, Mark retraced his steps back to the campsite, trying to calm himself. He had to remain rational. Ryan had probably gone ahead. He might have wandered off to find something or to get a head start on the day's hike. It was nothing to worry about. But as he returned to the camp, he stopped dead in his tracks. There, at the edge of the campfire ring, was a set of footprints, fresh ones, deep impressions in the soft earth. Mark's eyes narrowed as he stepped forward, crouching to get a better look. They were unmistakable. Ryan's boots. Mark knew the tread, the worn heel of his friend's hiking shoes. But what unsettled him was that the prints didn't go far. They led just a few feet away from the fire pit, then stopped. The path broke off as if Ryan had stepped forward, then vanished. Mark blinked and squatted closer, running his fingers over the damp earth. The prints were clear, deep in some places, shallow in others, as though the weight of his friend's steps had pressed into the soil. But as Mark scanned the area, his stomach lurched with growing dread. There were no other prints beyond the ones leading from the fire, no sign of Ryan moving anywhere else, no disturbed leaves or grass, no marks to suggest that he had even taken another step. The silence around him felt oppressive, the stillness broken only by his shallow breaths and the faint rustling of leaves far off in the trees. Mark's pulse quickened. He stood up and began to walk cautiously around the area, calling Ryan's name once more. But the words felt hollow, lost in the thick fog that clung to the forest like a shroud. He stopped near the edge of the clearing, trying to make sense of what he was seeing. How could the footprints just stop? They were so clearly marked in the soft soil, but there was nothing beyond them. No trace of Ryan, no movement, no sound, nothing. The forest felt too still, as though it were holding its breath. Mark's hand trembled as he reached for his phone in his pocket, only to remember with a jolt that there was no signal out here. The remoteness of Pisgah National Forest was part of its charm, but it was also its danger. He would have to go back to the car to get help if he didn't find Ryan soon. But the idea of leaving the campsite alone, in search of answers, felt more than a little absurd. It didn't make sense. Nothing made sense. His mind raced, piecing together the growing unease that had gnawed at him since the first moment they set foot in the woods. That feeling that something was wrong. It was starting to settle into his bones now, a heavy weight that threatened to suffocate him. He looked at the footprints again, his breath catching in his throat. The prints, so clear and distinct, simply vanished. It was as if Ryan had been lifted from the earth itself. Panic surged through Mark's chest, and his heart began to pound in his ears as he stumbled backward, his eyes darting around the forest. But no sign of his friend appeared. No movement. No sound. The trees seemed to stretch taller, darker, and Mark realized that he had wandered too far into the forest. Ryan was gone, and the forest was hiding the truth. The quiet pressure of the forest continued to grow heavier as Mark stood there, frozen in place. His hands were trembling, the eerie stillness surrounding him wrapping itself around his chest like a vice. His breath quickened, the cool air stinging his lungs. But it wasn't the cold that caused his heart to race. It was the sense of something very wrong, something far beyond the reach of logic. He took a shaky step back, glancing again at the empty campsite, at the unnatural silence that had replaced the usual sounds of nature. The weight of his decision was suffocating. Leave and find help, or stay and keep searching. Either way, he couldn't shake the gnawing feeling that something was waiting for him. He glanced back at the forest around him, unable to tear his eyes away from the place where the footprints had stopped. Mark had known Ryan for years. He'd seen his friend disappear down paths on hikes before, and every time he'd eventually reappeared, laughing or calling out to him. But this was different. There was no trace of his friend, not even a whisper of movement from the trees. The footprints hadn't just stopped, they had disappeared entirely, as if erased from existence. Mark's pulse throbbed in his throat as he turned away from the prints, desperation rising in his chest. He could feel the familiar ache of panic creeping in. "Come on, Mark," he muttered to himself, his voice weak in the oppressive silence. "Don't lose your head. Think." The fog hung heavily in the air, weaving between the trees like a veil. It muted the world around him, making everything feel distant, like he was standing at the edge of reality itself. His eyes darted from shadow to shadow, seeking anything that might explain what had happened, anything that might tell him where Ryan had gone. He took another deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. There had to be a logical explanation. Ryan had to be nearby. Maybe he had slipped and fallen. Maybe he'd gotten turned around in the fog and wandered off in the wrong direction. Maybe he was just out of sight, hidden somewhere in the thick fog, waiting for Mark to find him. With a deep sigh, Mark reached for the compass strapped to his wrist. It seemed to mock him, the tiny needle spinning lazily before settling. He didn't need the compass to know which direction the car was in. It was south, and the trail to get there was west. But something tugged at his instincts, urging him to follow the path that led deeper into the forest, the very direction he had just come from. He shook the feeling off, blinking his eyes hard as he focused once more on the empty campsite. Get it together. His thoughts scrambled as he took a few steps back into the forest, trying to focus on the basics. The forest, the trail, the trees. Ryan was out here somewhere. Mark called Ryan's name again, louder this time, his voice echoing through the trees. The fog seemed to carry it, and he held his breath, waiting for a response. Any sound. But there was only the rustle of leaves, faint and distant, carried on the wind. The air was dense with humidity, making Mark's skin sticky and uncomfortable as he pushed through the brush. The trail, now almost invisible beneath the thick fog, seemed to disappear in front of him as he walked. The further he ventured, the darker the forest became, as though it was swallowing him whole. The trees towered above him, their branches crisscrossing to form a dark canopy that blocked out what little light the morning had to offer. The silence felt suffocating. Mark's own footsteps sounded far too loud in his ears, the soft crunch of leaves beneath his boots echoing around him in a way that seemed to draw attention to the growing void that stretched between him and everything he knew. His breath came quicker as the panic began to claw at him again. Why was it so quiet? He turned a corner, his eyes scanning every shadow for signs of movement. Ryan's footsteps should have been here, but the only signs of life were the occasional flutter of birds in the distant trees, their sudden movements just enough to keep his nerves on edge. Mark scanned the forest floor carefully for signs, any indication that Ryan had left a trail, any sign of where he might have gone. He was now too far from the campsite to even see the faint glow of the embers. The further he walked, the more disorienting it became. The fog seemed to close in, filling his field of vision, and no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't shake the sensation that the trees were watching him, bending closer. His skin prickled, with unease as the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. Something was wrong, so wrong. In his distraction, he hadn't noticed the change in the air, the temperature. A sudden chill pressed against him, and for a moment Mark thought he saw something out of the corner of his eye, something moving in the fog. His pulse quickened, and he stopped dead in his tracks, eyes wide, heart pounding. But when he looked again, there was nothing, no movement, no sound. Just the oppressive fog and the feeling of being watched. "Ryan, are you out here?" Mark called once again, louder than before, his voice cracking slightly. The air hung thick, and for a long moment there was nothing, no sound, no movement, no answer. The weight of the silence was so heavy it pressed against his chest. Then faintly, from somewhere deep in the forest, a noise, a voice. Mark froze, every muscle in his body locking in place as the voice, distant and muffled, echoed through the fog. It was faint, but unmistakable. A voice, calling out in the same tone as his own, just a few moments before. But it was not Ryan's voice. It sounded strange, distorted, as if the sound had been twisted, warped by the fog and the stillness around him. "Mark," his heart skipped a beat. The voice repeated itself, clearer this time, and though it sounded faint, there was something terrifyingly familiar about it. "Mark." The word was spoken with a low, almost guttural rasp, like it was being dragged from the very earth itself. The echo of his own name filled the forest around him, seeping into the fog, into the trees, as though the very air was whispering his name in a low, unsettling chant. He didn't move at first. His mind screamed for him to run back to the campsite, to get out of the woods as quickly as possible. But his feet wouldn't obey. He had to understand. He had to know what that voice was. Mark hesitated, then took a cautious step forward, his breath shallow and erratic, as he called out again. "Ryan?" There was no answer. Only the fog, the eerie quiet, and the sense that something was waiting. He took another step, then another. Each footfall felt like a step deeper into a trap. The forest seemed to close around him. The fog thickened, pressing in from all sides, making it difficult to see more than a few feet in front of him. The whispers of the trees, the rustling of leaves, the strange sensation that the forest was moving. None of it made sense, but Mark couldn't stop. Something compelled him forward. The voice, now louder, echoed again, but this time it wasn't just a voice. It was a movement. It was as though the sound itself was bending reality, pulling him deeper into the woods. He had to find Ryan. He had to find him. "Ryan?" Suddenly, Mark heard the unmistakable sound of footsteps behind him, sharp and heavy. They were moving quickly, almost as if someone or something was following him. Mark's stomach dropped. It wasn't Ryan. It wasn't Ryan. With his heart pounding in his throat, Mark spun around to face the direction from which the sound had come, but there was nothing. Only fog. Only shadows that shifted in the damp air. And yet he could feel eyes on him. He wasn't alone. Not anymore. Every instinct screamed at him to turn around, to run back to the safety of the camp, but something in the back of his mind urged him to stay, to move forward into the forest, to follow the unseen force that seemed to be pulling him deeper. A sudden, sharp whisper broke through the fog. "Come!" Mark froze, his blood turning to ice in his veins. The words, "Come," whispered through the fog like a command, soft yet suffocating. The air around Mark thickened, almost as if the forest itself was exhaling around him, pulling him in deeper. His heartbeat quickened. every pulse now reverberating in his chest, urging him to move, to run, to escape. But his legs were frozen in place. It felt as if the trees themselves were pressing in on him, their gnarled branches reaching out like fingers, their shadows stretching unnaturally, long, twisting like dark tendrils in the mist. For a brief moment, Mark considered turning around, retreating back to the campsite, where the stillness of the air would feel less oppressive, where the real world still existed, distant as it was. But that voice, the voice that sounded so much like his own, yet warped and strange, compelled him to stay. It was almost like a melody, luring him in, promising answers to a question he hadn't even fully formed. Why had Ryan vanished? Where was he now? The whisper sounded again, closer this time, more insistent. Come. It felt like a gentle tug at his very soul. The fog seemed to part just a little ahead of him, as if the trees themselves were creating a path, a trail that Mark couldn't ignore, no matter how much his instincts screamed to turn back. He took a tentative step forward, the ground soft and yielding under his boots, the mist wrapping around him like an invisible shroud. Each breath he took felt heavier than the last, as if the air was thick with something unspoken, something waiting. The trees on either side were impossibly tall, their trunks so thick and twisted they seemed to defy the laws of nature. They stood like ancient sentinels, silent witnesses to whatever was happening in the woods. Mark's thoughts raced, churning with confusion and fear. He glanced behind him, expecting to see the campsite in the distance, the faint glow of the fire. But there was nothing. The fog had swallowed it whole. The camp, his friend, the world he had known just hours ago, everything had been erased. The footsteps behind him, the same heavy, methodical steps, had stopped. He strained his ears, listening for any sign of movement, but all he could hear was his own breath, ragged and shallow, mixing with the distant sounds of the wind rustling through the leaves. Was he losing his mind? Mark's hand trembled as he ran it over his face, trying to shake off the sense of dread. No, he wasn't imagining this. This wasn't just some momentary lapse of reason. There was something real here, something he could feel, something he couldn't see but could sense in the very marrow of his bones. Something was out there, and then he heard it again, faint but unmistakable. A sound, closer. Footsteps, just behind him, moving faster this time, like something, or someone, was right on his heels. But when Mark whipped around, all he saw was the swirling fog. Empty space. Nothing. A chill ran down his spine, and he turned back toward the path that seemed to stretch deeper into the woods. The whisper came again, low and urgent. Come. Mark hesitated, his mind locked in a vicious tug-of-war between the instinct to run and the inexplicable pull forward, deeper into the forest. Something was wrong. It was all wrong. The silence, the fog, the unnatural stillness. This was not the Pisgah National Forest he had known. It was a place twisted by something older, something more sinister, something waiting. He moved again, his steps slower this time, the fog so thick now that it felt like walking through cotton. The trees pressed closer, their trunks so tightly. Knit together, they seemed to form a wall, closing him off from any hope of finding his way back. The air was damp, clinging to his clothes and hair, turning everything into a blur of shadow and haze. The forest itself felt alive, as though the very earth beneath his feet was shifting, responding to him, reacting to his presence. Mark had seen forests like this before, the kind where the trees seemed to loom taller, where the shadows felt deeper, and where the path always seemed to twist and turn in unnatural ways. The kind of place where even the bravest would hesitate to wander after dusk. But this This was different. There was a hunger here. The further he walked, the quieter it became. The strange pressure in the air intensifying with each step. He stopped for a moment, listening intently. But the only sound that met his ears was the faint rustle of leaves far above him, carried by the wind. No animals, no birds, just an eerie, unnatural stillness. Mark gripped his flashlight tighter, even though he knew it wouldn't help much in the fog. It had always been a comfort to him, that small beam of light, but now it only felt like a futile attempt to hold back the darkness that surrounded him, that was closing in. His mind wandered back to Ryan. The memory of his friend, laughing, joking around as they set up camp the night before, felt distant now, like a fading dream. How could he just disappear? It didn't make sense. But the more he thought about it, the more it did make sense. Ryan had been acting strange all day, more withdrawn, more distant. Had he known something Mark hadn't? Had Ryan felt the same pull that Mark was feeling now? Or had he simply wandered off in a daze, pulled deeper into the forest by something that Mark couldn't see? Suddenly, there was a flash of movement in the distance. Something moving through the fog just beyond his vision. Mark's heart skipped a beat. Was it Ryan? He called out, his voice hoarse, barely a whisper. Ryan! Is that you? For a moment, nothing. Then, the footsteps again, closer this time. Behind him, Mark spun around, his breath hitching in his throat. The light from his flashlight flickered, casting strange, shifting shadows as the beam danced erratically across the trees. But once again there was nothing, no figure, no movement. Just the fog. It was as if something was playing with him. His mind raced, his body on edge, every muscle tense with fear. He wasn't alone. He could feel it. The heavy presence that lingered in the fog, watching him from just out of sight. Its breath cold and ancient, waiting for him to slip up. The footsteps behind him grew louder, closer, more deliberate. Something was closing in. Mark's chest tightened as he took another step forward. Something wanted him to follow. The whisper returned, this time sharp and commanding, no longer the soft suggestion it had been. Come, now. A jolt of panic surged through him, and without thinking, Mark started running. He pushed through the fog, his breath ragged, his heart hammering in his chest. The trees blurred around him and his flashlight flickered with each desperate step. He didn't look back. He couldn't. All he could do was run. But no matter how fast he ran, the path ahead seemed to stretch endlessly, like the forest was twisting itself, shifting and folding as he moved, making it impossible to find his way out. The further he went, the more disoriented he became, his surroundings twisting into an impossible maze of shadows and fog. It felt as if the forest itself was conspiring against him. Suddenly, the ground beneath his feet shifted. A low rumble echoed through the trees, deep and hollow, as if the earth itself was groaning in response to his fear. Mark stumbled, his heart thundering in his chest. His flashlight flickered out completely, plunging him into darkness. The whispers surged, louder now, a chorus of voices, all calling out to him in a cacophony of distorted sound. Mark tried to breathe, tried to calm himself, but the panic was unbearable. Every instinct told him to stop, to find cover, to hide, but his feet kept moving, carried by an unseen force, drawing him deeper into the forest, deeper into the fog. The trees around him began to twist and contort, their trunks growing unnaturally, long, reaching out to him like dark hands. Then, through the swirling mist, Mark saw it. A figure, a shadowy silhouette, just beyond the reach of his flashlight's dying beam. It was tall, impossibly tall. Its limbs stretched in ways that didn't make sense. It was standing perfectly still, just waiting for him. Mark's breath caught in his throat as he stood frozen, the dark figure looming just beyond the edge of the dying beam from his flashlight. His mind raced, struggling to make sense of what he was seeing. His legs were stiff, unwilling to move. as if the very air around him had turned to lead. The figure stood motionless, its shape barely visible in the fog, but its presence was undeniable, terrifying. For a moment, time seemed to stretch. Mark's pulse thundered in his ears, drowning out all other sounds. The silence was oppressive, suffocating, as if the entire forest had held its breath in anticipation. He was trapped. There was nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. The figure was blocking his path, standing just at the edge of the trees, its silhouette. So tall, so impossibly long, that it seemed to stretch up into the fog itself, merging with the shadows. What is that? Mark's mind spun with questions, but they were drowned out by a rising tide of fear. His flashlight flickered, and the beam grew weaker with each passing second, like it was fighting to stay alive in a world that had no use for light. The darkness pressed closer, swallowing the light, and with it, any chance of escape. He forced himself to take a step back, his boots crunching against the forest floor, but the figure didn't move. It remained perfectly still, like a statue, waiting, watching. The forest was deathly quiet again, and the air felt as though it was thickening around him, pressing in on his lungs. Then, through the heavy silence, a voice, a whisper, rippled through the fog. It was distant, distorted, like it was being carried on the wind, but it was unmistakable. "Mark!" The voice was like the others, low, hollow, warped, as if it had no place in this world. But this time, it wasn't the soft command to come. It was a plea, a warning. Mark swallowed, his throat dry, his mind reeling. Was it Ryan? Was it something else? Was it him? Without thinking, he stumbled backward again, tripping over a root in the darkness. He couldn't breathe, couldn't focus. Every instinct told him to run, to turn and flee, but his body was rooted to the spot, the fear paralyzing him. He could feel his heart racing, feel the cold sweat running down his spine. The figure shifted, just slightly, almost imperceptibly, its silhouette stretching even further as if it were growing, elongating in the fog. Mark's breath hitched in his throat. The world seemed to warp around him, the shadows twisting unnaturally, as though the forest itself was bending in response to the presence of the creature before him. It wasn't just a figure anymore. It was an entity, an ancient, malevolent force that had been waiting for him to step into its domain. Mark's mind flashed back to the stories he had heard as a child, tales of the forest's cursed past, the whispered legends of things that lurked in the woods, the things that waited in the deep dark corners of nature. Was this one of those things? Had Ryan fallen prey to it? As if in answer, the figure shifted once again. This time, it moved, but so slowly, so deliberately, that it seemed almost unreal, as though time itself had slowed. The outline of its body stretched and bent, its limbs twisting in ways that were unnatural, its movements fluid and eerie. The fog seemed to part around it, making way for its dark, looming presence. And then it spoke again. "Come closer." Mark's blood ran cold. The voice was unmistakable now. It was the same voice, the same low rasp, but it wasn't calling him anymore. No. This time, it was commanding him. It wasn't asking him to come, it was telling him. Mark's instincts screamed at him to run, but his legs refused to obey. The figure's voice was a tether, pulling him toward it, compelling him to take a step forward. It was as if the air itself was bending around him, suffocating him with its oppressive weight. His heart pounded so loudly in his chest, it drowned out everything else. His entire body felt like it was on fire, as though the presence before him had ignited something deep within him. A need to obey, to move, to answer. He opened his mouth to call out to Ryan, but the words caught in his throat. The forest felt so alive, so aware, and he didn't want to anger whatever it was that was waiting for him, standing just beyond the veil of the mist. With each passing second, Mark felt a strange pull toward the figure. It was as if the creature itself was drawing him in, its presence like an irresistible magnet. His body was trembling now, his hands shaking violently, but his feet moved. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, he took one step, then another, toward the shadowy figure. The fog seemed to grow thicker as he moved, swirling around him like tendrils of darkness, tightening its grip. He reached out instinctively, and the world around him seemed to warp. The shadows deepened, and the oppressive quiet grew louder. His flashlight flickered one last time, then went out, plunging him into complete darkness. Now he could see nothing but the blackness of the fog, the overwhelming emptiness that surrounded him. His breaths were shallow and ragged, his chest tight. The silence had become unbearable, as though the world had stopped. Time felt frozen, and in that moment, the only thing that remained was the pull, the force that seemed to reach into the depths of his very soul, drawing him toward the figure in the mist. He took another step. Crack. The sound of something snapping. Underfoot echoed through the silence, loud and sharp. Mark's heart leaped in his chest as he froze, his foot hovering above the ground. The forest had suddenly grown darker, colder. The trees around him seemed to loom even closer, their branches reaching for him, their gnarled limbs twisted and grotesque in the dim light. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw it. A flash of movement, quick, fleeting, like a shadow, darting between the trees. Mark whipped his head to the side, his heart racing. But there was nothing there. Nothing but the ever-thickening fog. The whisper came again, this time louder, as if it was right beside him. Come, closer. The figure was no longer standing still, it had moved. It was now crouched, its limbs bending and contorting, and in the fog, Mark could see it clearly now, a twisted, grotesque form, its face half hidden in shadow. The figure's eyes were two glowing orbs, empty yet piercing, fixed on him with an unnatural intensity. Mark's breath caught in his throat, his entire body frozen in fear. The thing was no longer just a shadow. It was real. It was right in front of him, its twisted form rising from the mist like some ancient horror from the depths of the earth. And then, in a voice that was far too close, too intimate, it spoke again. "Ryan is not here, Mark." The words slithered into his mind like poison, and Mark's stomach turned. The fog grew colder, suffocating him with its icy breath. He staggered back, his body no longer obeying him, but his feet refused to leave the spot. He tried to scream, but no sound came out. His chest tightened, his head spinning. The forest was closing in. The creature was moving, its limbs stretching unnaturally long, its figure distorting in the mist as it advanced. The world blurred before him, the shadows thickening, the air pressing harder against his chest. But there was one thing he could hear clearly now, the unmistakable sound of footsteps. Not his own. Mark's eyes widened in horror as the footsteps grew louder, closer. He could feel them. Something else was out there with him. The air around Mark felt suffocating, thick, with an almost tangible dread that hung heavily in every breath. The ground beneath him seemed to pulse with a strange energy, as if the earth itself was alive, alive with something that didn't belong. The figure, that unnatural, twisted presence in the fog, loomed ahead, its glowing eyes locked onto him with an unblinking intensity that felt like it was peeling away his very soul. The footsteps came again, louder this time. Thud. 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 But they weren't his. He wasn't moving. His legs felt as if they were cemented to the ground, held in place by some invisible force, by something that had already marked him as prey. He tried to turn, tried to tear his gaze away from the grotesque silhouette that seemed to warp and stretch in the shadows, but his body was no longer his own. His limbs felt heavy, unresponsive. trapped by some supernatural paralysis that seemed to seize every fiber of his being. The figure took another step toward him, its limbs shifting in unnatural angles, twisting and contorting in ways that were not of this world. Each movement was deliberate, agonizingly slow, as if the creature was savoring his fear. Mark's pulse roared in his ears, but despite the overwhelming terror that gripped him, he couldn't look away. The creature's form had changed. Its body was no longer that of a simple shadow. It had grown. Its back arched unnaturally, its spine jutting out in grotesque angles, and its long limbs moved with a fluidity that made Mark's stomach churn. The eyes, those glowing, empty orbs, were now glaring directly at him, pulling him in with an invisible force. Its face was a patchwork of shadows and bone, its features indistinct but horrifically twisted. Mark could feel its gaze, like icy, fingers reaching deep into his mind, wrapping around his thoughts, pulling at his very memories. "Ryan," the voice came again, distorted, warbled, but unmistakable. It was a whisper, but it sounded as though it echoed from every direction at once. "Ryan is not here." Mark's heart skipped a beat, the words sinking in with the weight of a terrible truth. The forest had already claimed Ryan, but where was he? What had happened to him? Had he met the same fate Mark was now being drawn toward? A wave of nausea rolled through him. He opened his mouth, desperate to scream, but no sound emerged. His throat was constricted, as though it were being squeezed by an invisible hand. The footsteps grew louder still, closer, closer, until Mark could feel the pressure of them, the crushing weight of something approaching, something stalking him from behind. Without warning, his body was jerked forward, unnaturally forward, pulled by a force he could neither comprehend nor resist. His feet scraped against the cold earth as his body lurched toward the dark figure. His mind screamed for him to fight, but the terror paralyzed him. And then, the fog began to shift. It wasn't just swirling around him anymore. It was moving, undulating like a living thing, writhing in the air as though it had a mind of its own. The darkness thickened, pressing closer, until it enveloped him completely, swallowing him whole. The cold bite of the mist seeped into his bones, creeping into every pore, filling his lungs with the scent of decay and rot. He gasped, but there was no air, only the suffocating weight of the fog. Through the darkness, Mark heard it again, the footsteps. They were not just behind him. They were on all sides, surrounding him, creeping closer with every passing second. They were everywhere, from every direction, but there was no one there, no figures, no shadows, just the deafening sound of steps, moving across the forest floor. Suddenly, a bright flash of light pierced through the fog, cutting through the haze with an intensity that blinded him momentarily. Mark squinted, trying to shield his eyes, but the light was unrelenting. It wasn't coming from his flashlight. It was coming from somewhere deeper within the forest. A pale, sickly light, faint and flickering like a dying flame. The light pulsed, rhythmically, drawing Mark toward it, as if it was beckoning him, pulling him like a moth to a flame. He tried to resist. He tried to fight it, to turn away, but his body wouldn't listen. His feet moved of their own accord, one step at a time, toward that blinding, unnatural light. The footsteps behind him continued, a chorus of pounding footfalls that reverberated through the fog, yet he couldn't find the source of them. He was alone, or so he thought. But with every step toward the light, he could feel the presence closing in, closing around him, like a noose tightening around his neck. As he drew closer, the light began to reveal something horrible. In the center of the glowing aura, there was a figure, a person, a man, Ryan. Mark's breath caught in his throat as he saw his friend, standing motionless in the middle of the light, his back to Mark. His posture was unnatural, stiff, as if he had been frozen in place, his body rigid and unyielding. His head was bowed, his face hidden in shadow, but Mark could see that Ryan's clothes were ragged, torn. His body was gaunt, too thin, his limbs almost skeletal beneath the fabric. "Ryan," Mark whispered, his voice trembling, barely audible. Ryan didn't move, didn't answer. Mark took another step, heart pounding in his chest. His feet felt heavy, as though they were sinking into the ground with each passing second. The air grew colder, colder still. A shiver ran down his spine, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. The sound of footsteps behind him grew louder, more frantic, more desperate, until it was all Mark could hear, the thundering beat of someone or something moving toward him at a terrifying speed. With a sudden jolt, Ryan's head snapped upward. His eyes were wide, wild, but they were empty, hollow. His gaze was locked onto Mark, with an intensity that made his skin crawl. His lips parted, but no words came out. His mouth was moving, but Mark couldn't hear anything. Only the sound of his own heartbeat thundering in his ears. And then, with a horrific screech, Ryan's body jerked forward, his limbs unnaturally long, stretching impossibly as he stumbled toward Mark. The figure's twisted form was now almost unrecognizable. Its body contorted in unnatural angles, bending in ways that no human body should bend. Mark took an instinctive step back, his feet slipping on the slick, damp ground. But he couldn't move fast enough. Ryan was coming for him. The creature, Ryan's form, was coming for him. Mark's chest tightened as he stumbled backward, but the fog seemed to have turned into a thick wall blocking his escape. He tried to shout, to scream, but the words were choked in his throat. Ryan's face, if it could even be called that now, twisted into a grotesque grin. His eyes were black, pupils dilated wide, empty. He was a shell of the friend Mark had once known, a creature, a thing, no longer human. The creature's mouth opened wider, impossibly wide, as it let out a guttural growl, the sound echoing through the fog. It was coming for him, its limbs stretching, its hands reaching out to grab him. Mark's instincts screamed for him to run, to fight, to do anything, but it was too late. As the creature lunged, Mark's vision blurred. The fog closed in around him, thick and suffocating. The light, the last thing he could see, flickered, then dimmed, and with one final, blood-curdling scream, Mark felt himself being pulled into the darkness. The footsteps that had been so far behind. Him had finally caught up, but they weren't his own. The world spun in dark, dizzying circles as Mark's body was drawn into the depths of the mist, and with every twisting step, every strained breath, he could feel himself losing touch with reality. The forest had swallowed him whole. The ground had become fluid beneath his feet, shifting in strange, unnatural ways, as though the earth itself was no longer solid. He wasn't sure if he was walking or floating anymore, but each step seemed like it took him deeper, farther from the faint hope that lingered at the edges of his mind. The whispering wind had grown louder now, a cacophony of voices that echoed from all directions, voices of the lost, the gone, the forgotten. Ryan's face, that twisted, contorted mask of once familiar features, still burned in his mind. The vision of his friend, if it even had been his friend anymore, haunted Mark's every step, every thought. The mouth that had opened impossibly wide, the hollow, soulless eyes, and that grin, the sheer wrongness of it all. Mark's breath came in ragged gasps as the forest seemed to stretch and warp around him, the path disappearing into an impenetrable wall of fog and trees. He was moving, but wasn't sure toward what. All he could feel was the overwhelming pull that led him forward, an invisible hand on his back, urging him deeper into the heart of this cursed place. But with each step, he felt the presence of something else. Something darker than the fog, darker than the forest itself. It lurked beneath his every thought, pushing against the edges of his mind, suffocating him. Something knew him, knew what he feared, and it was pushing him forward, beckoning him, demanding that he follow. His feet were leaden, each one sinking into the ground just a little too deeply. The world around him had lost all semblance of normality, and he could no longer tell where the path ended and where the darkness began. There were no landmarks, no breaks in the fog, nothing to guide him. The towering trees that had once seemed like ancient guardians now seemed like monoliths, too still, too oppressive. The ground beneath him had become spongy, as though something was alive beneath the surface, watching his every movement, waiting for him to make the wrong move. And then the footsteps, the sound of them, always behind him. He could hear them now more clearly than before, each step slow, deliberate, as if they were following his every move, matching his pace. Mark's heart pounded painfully in his chest as he tried to convince himself it was nothing, just the forest playing tricks on him, the sound of his own anxiety reflected in the steps that followed. But then the footfalls grew louder, closer, too perfectly timed to be his own. "Ryan." His voice cracked, weak and desperate, lost in the thick, damp air. But there was no answer, no voice from behind, no footsteps ceasing. Mark could feel it now, the distance closing. The figure, whatever it was, had caught up with him. He could feel its presence behind him like a weight pressing against his spine, drawing nearer and nearer with every step. Mark's legs felt numb, his senses stretched thin. He was being consumed by the fog, by the overwhelming presence that seemed to coil around him. The panic that had once boiled in his chest now festered, a low burn that threatened to turn into an all-consuming flame. He pushed forward, but his limbs felt like lead. The fog swirled thicker around him, a veil that seemed to be trying to pull him under, to swallow him completely. His flashlight flickered intermittently, offering little comfort in the face of the unrelenting darkness. But then it happened. He felt the weight of the shadow beside him. Out of nowhere, he heard the whisper again. Close now, impossibly close. It was not a voice that was spoken aloud, but a feeling, a sensation, something far darker than sound. It burrowed into his mind like a cold, twisted current. Come closer. It wasn't Ryan, not anymore. The words were too guttural, too distorted, and yet despite their dissonance they carried an unshakable authority, like the command of something ancient, something primal that had been sleeping for far too long. Mark tried to run, to push himself, faster, but his legs wouldn't obey him. His feet slipped, his shoes grinding against the uneven forest floor as the fog closed in tighter, smothering him in its cold embrace. Every breath felt like an effort, a weight pressing against his chest. He couldn't escape. There was nowhere to go. The trees, once familiar, now seemed to close in, their branches stretching out like claws, their leaves shaking with a strange, unnatural rhythm. Mark's thoughts were muddled, disjointed, spinning out of control. There was something out here, something he couldn't see but could feel with every fiber of his being. It was closer now, almost on top of him, and then another whisper. You're already here. The words were clearer this time, no longer muffled by the fog, as if they were being spoken directly into his ear. Mark froze in place. There was a pressure now, a crushing weight against his chest, like the very air had turned to stone. His heart raced, his breath coming in quick, shallow gasps, and then it hit him, the realization. He hadn't been walking toward the figure. He had been walking toward something else, something darker, something that was using the figure to pull him closer, to draw him into this web of endless fog and suffocating silence. The trees around him suddenly seemed alive, their shadows twisting into forms that were not natural. His flashlight flickered again, and this time it stayed on, casting a faint, unsteady beam of light onto the path before him. But the light only revealed more of the fog, more of the endless, twisting trees, and something else. A figure, a silhouette standing in the distance. Mark's eyes locked onto it, his body frozen in place. The figure was not moving. It was not even breathing, but it was there, waiting. In that brief moment, Mark was sure he saw something. A flash of recognition, of familiarity, before the figure stepped forward, its form shifting. It was as though it was not one figure at all, but many, melding together and pulling apart in a grotesque dance that made Mark's stomach churn. He stumbled back, his chest tight with panic, his body refusing to move. The figure was drawing, closer now, its shadow stretching impossibly far, and with it, the feeling of being watched intensified. Mark could feel the presence behind him, felt the weight of the unseen footsteps that had been following him, that had been with him all along. The air around him seemed to distort, the fog becoming denser, more suffocating. It was harder to breathe now, as if the world was collapsing in on him, folding in on itself with each passing second. The whispers were louder now, circling him, enveloping him, as though the very trees themselves were speaking. It was no longer just a voice. It was a chorus, a multitude of voices all calling his name, but they were distorted, alien, as if they were speaking through the fog, through time itself. Come closer. You're already here. You are one of us. No! Mark gasped, trying to break free, trying to claw at the air, but it felt as if he were drowning, swallowed by the sound of the forest itself. He felt the darkness creeping in, closer and closer, and for a brief, horrifying moment, he knew that there was no escape. The figure in front of him moved again, and this time, it was no longer just a figure. It was a shadow, a mass of dark, shifting, limbs that reached out toward him with hands too long, too distorted. It wasn't Ryan, it wasn't human, it wasn't even something that could be explained. It was something older, something that had been lurking beneath the surface of the forest, waiting, watching for the right moment to claim its next victim. And Mark, helpless, frozen in place, could feel it now. The forest was alive, and it was claiming him. The ground beneath his feet buckled suddenly, as though the very earth had turned against him. Mark's body was jerked forward, dragged by an invisible force, his feet leaving the ground as though the forest itself had grown hungry. As he felt himself being lifted from the ground, he gasped, the fear washing over him. Like a wave, he reached out into the fog, but there was nothing to hold on to. The shadows swallowed him whole, pulling him into the dark abyss. The last thing he heard was a whisper, a final, bone-chilling whisper that echoed through his mind like a forgotten dream. Welcome home. And then there was nothing. The world was completely still. There was no sound, no whispering wind, no rustling leaves, no footfalls to break the suffocating silence. Mark was no longer sure where he was, or even if he existed at all. His body felt as though it was suspended in space, untethered from time, as though he were a mere fragment of thought, nothing but a fleeting memory. Every attempt to move, to regain control of his own limbs, was met with a crushing resistance that felt beyond physical. Something deeper, something that pressed into the very core of his being. The fog had consumed him entirely, swallowing him whole, until there was no light, no vision, no sense of reality. He felt his own breath rise and fall, his lungs filled with cold, damp air. But it was as if the fog itself had wrapped around his chest, constricting his ribs, squeezing the life out of him. The oppressive weight in the air was unbearable, and yet, as the fog thickened, as the world seemed to dissolve around him, Mark could feel it. He could feel the presence, just beyond his reach, just out of sight. The air was dense with it, thick like smoke, yet too alive to be mere vapor. He didn't need to see it to know it was there. He could sense it, feel it pressing down on him, like an ancient weight, heavy and unyielding. The very essence of the forest, ancient and hungry. It wasn't just a physical force, it was something older, primal. It was as though the land itself had taken on a form, a consciousness that had existed long before Mark had ever walked into these woods. His limbs still refused to move, still frozen, as though the very ground below had taken him as part of its own dark, twisted web. The sense of entrapment, of being drawn into the earth, was almost suffocating. It felt as if the forest itself were pulling him down, its roots reaching up to drag him into the very soil where he would be swallowed by time, by the ancient hunger that had always existed here. The fog seemed to shift. It wasn't just the normal swirl of mist that rose from the ground. No, this felt different. It began to move, writhing and coiling like a serpent, undulating as if it had a mind of its own. Mark's body tensed, and he wanted to scream, to move, but the fog held him, pressing against him with invisible fingers. It surrounded him completely, a thick shroud that trapped him in an impenetrable world of nothingness. The familiar shapes of the trees, the path he had once walked, everything was gone. There was no up, no down, no reference to hold on to. He was lost in the fog, alone in the abyss. And then, as if from nowhere, a sound broke the silence. A voice. But it wasn't a voice like Ryan's. It wasn't even a voice like the creatures. It was something else. Something ancient. Something that seemed to ripple through the very fabric of his mind, as though it wasn't speaking to his ears, but directly to his soul. It was a whisper, yes, but a whisper that bore weight, as if every word carried centuries of history with it. "You are here." Mark's chest tightened. The words resonated deep within him, not just heard, but felt. It was as though the voice had reached into his very being, unraveling him from the inside. The voice wasn't just speaking to him, it knew him. The cold chill of dread spread through his veins as he realized that this was no ordinary voice. This was something far older, far more ancient, something that had existed long before even the trees had grown. This wasn't just the forest's call, it was the call of something that had been waiting for centuries, something that was now awake. "You are part of this now." The fog seemed to pulse with the voice, growing heavier, the air thick with a pressure that made it hard for Mark to breathe. The ground beneath him groaned, as though it were moving, shifting. A low vibration hummed through the earth, traveling up through his legs and into his chest. He could feel it, the earth itself, as if it were alive, as if it were listening. The forest had eyes, ears, and a mouth that had been waiting for him, waiting for someone. Mark's mind raced, and his heart hammered in his chest, but he couldn't tear himself away from the voice. It had wrapped itself around him like a vine, squeezing tighter, pulling him in. The pull was impossible to resist. His limbs still felt like they belonged to someone else. Too heavy, too cold to move. He couldn't tear his eyes away from the fog that surrounded him, even though it felt like it was closing in. It was suffocating him, erasing his existence, bit by bit, until he was only a part of the land, a shadow lost in time. "You are already here." The voice spoke again, more firmly this time, and as it did, the ground beneath Mark's feet began to shift. It felt as though the very earth was coming alive, breathing beneath him, pulling him deeper into the fog, deeper into the darkness. Mark's breath hitched in his throat as the voice continued, reverberating through his bones. "You belong to this place. You always have." Suddenly Mark felt something stir around him, something within the fog. Something was moving. It was subtle at first, just a ripple in the mist, a flicker at the edge of his vision. Then the fog began to part, slowly, deliberately, revealing a figure in the distance. It was hard to make out at first, like a shadow among shadows, a twisted silhouette emerging from the thick mist. Mark's stomach lurched as he saw it. It was Ryan, or what was left of him. The same broken figure from earlier, but now his form was even worse. His body was no longer human, his limbs long and twisted, his face barely visible through the fog. His eyes, those hollow eyes, glowed, faintly pale orbs of light in the darkness. He was standing in front of Mark, only a few feet away now. His mouth opened, but instead of speaking, a low growl emanated from within him. No, from deep inside him, as if the sound came from the very earth itself. "You are one of us." Ryan, or whatever had become of him, moved closer, his limbs stretching and distorting as he walked. His body no longer obeyed the laws of nature, bending and contorting in unnatural ways. The figure's feet didn't seem to touch the ground. No, he hovered just above it, a ghostly presence that slid through the fog like a dark shadow, his limbs twitching with unnatural movements. Mark's chest tightened, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps. The overwhelming sense of wrongness, of dread, paralyzed him. This wasn't Ryan. It couldn't be. This was something else. Something that had claimed his friend, turned him into this thing. It is too late. The voice came again, this time more forceful, a deep echo that rattled Mark's very soul. "You are here now, and you will join him. You are part of this. You are a part of us." Mark staggered backward, his heart pounding wildly as he tried to comprehend what was happening, but there was no way to understand it. The more he tried to fight, to make sense of it, the more it seemed to slip through his fingers like sand, running through his hands. The fog twisted around him, closing in, and the figure, no, Ryan, was getting closer. The voice, the whisper, it kept repeating the same thing. "You are part of this now." Mark's mind spun wildly, and his body seemed to move on its own accord, pulling him toward the figure, toward the suffocating darkness. His head swam with dizziness, and for a moment, everything blurred. His thoughts, his memories, his past, all fading into the fog, consumed by the ancient presence that had been waiting for him. The land had claimed him. He had been marked from the very beginning, and now there was no escape. The air around Mark was thick, suffocating, as if the very atmosphere was trying to draw him in, to wrap itself around him and swallow him whole. His limbs felt heavy, like they belonged to someone else, and every step he took felt like it was pulling him deeper into the heart of the forest, deeper into the darkness that had already claimed Ryan. The presence around him was crushing, oppressive, and he could feel it, the weight of something ancient, something far older than the trees themselves, bearing down on him, trying to make him part of its world, part of its endless hunger. Mark's eyes were fixed on Ryan, or what had once been Ryan, a figure that was no longer human. The twisted form that had once been his friend moved unnaturally, its limbs elongating and twisting in ways that were impossible, its face a grotesque mask of shadow and bone. The hollow eyes locked onto him with an intensity that made Mark's breath catch in his throat. He couldn't look away, even though every part of him screamed for him to run, to escape, to do anything to get away from this nightmare. But there was no escape. Ryan's lips moved, but the words that emerged from his mouth were a guttural rasp, deep and echoing as though they came from somewhere far beneath the earth itself, from some place Mark could never reach. The voice had changed. No longer the familiar sound of his friend's voice, but something distorted, warped, unrecognizable. It was as if Ryan's soul had been twisted, swallowed whole by something darker, something that had taken him long before. Mark had realized what was truly happening. "You've come too far, Mark." The voice was haunting, a low, rasping whisper that sent chills down Mark's spine. There is no going back now. Mark's body froze. His mind was scrambling, trying to make sense of what he was seeing, of what was happening. But the more he tried to grasp it, the more it slipped away as if it were a fleeting dream. Was this really happening? Was Ryan really gone? He wanted to shout, to call out to his friend, to try and wake him from this nightmare. But the words caught in his throat, smothered by the crushing weight of dread. The fog around him had grown thicker, swirling in unnatural patterns as if it were alive, moving with intent, closing in, wrapping around his body, pulling him further into the forest's depths. It was as though the trees themselves were bending, shifting, their branches reaching toward him, groaning under the pressure of the unseen force that was drawing him closer to whatever was at the heart of the woods. Ryan, no, the thing that was once Ryan, stepped forward, its limbs bending and cracking, its form almost too elongated, too wrong. Its eyes were the only thing that seemed human, but even they were empty, hollow, consumed by an ancient predatory hunger that had been waiting for far too long. Mark felt his stomach churn as he watched the creature's movements, too fluid, too unnatural, like something unnerving in its perfect imperfection. Mark opened his mouth, his breath coming in short, shallow gasps, but no words came out. He wanted to scream, wanted to ask, why? What happened to you? But he couldn't. The terror, the sheer wrongness of the creature before him blocked out all coherent thought. And then it spoke again, its voice still distorted, but carrying an authority Mark could not deny. The forest has claimed you. It claimed you when you stepped onto its path. Mark's blood ran cold, the realization settling over him like a lead weight. He tried to shake his head, but it didn't matter. He had come too far into the depths of this cursed place. This place that had swallowed his friend whole, that had turned him into this. Mark had been drawn in step by step. Until now there was no way out. There was no escaping it. The ground beneath his feet trembled. The trees creaked and groaned, their branches rustling as if in response to some unseen command. Mark's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, the force of the pull dragging him downward. He could feel the earth itself shifting, moving beneath him as if it were alive. It was no longer just the forest. The land itself was calling to him, drawing him in, pulling him towards something that lay hidden beneath the roots, beneath the soil. Ryan, or whatever it was that had been Ryan, slowly moved forward, its grotesque form moving with that unsettling fluidity, its gaze still fixed on Mark, as though it were waiting for him to understand, waiting for him to accept what had already been decided. The creature reached out a long, bony hand, and Mark instinctively recoiled, but it didn't matter. The moment his mind tried to rebel, it was as if the very air turned against him, constricting around him, making it impossible to move. The hand, pale and twisted, hovered just inches from Mark's face. He could feel the cold emanating from it, the death-like chill that made his skin prickle. And then, to his horror, the creature spoke again, its voice a deep, almost growling rasp. You are already part of it. There is no escaping now. The fog seemed to swell, its tendrils wrapping around Mark, pulling him further into the clearing. He was powerless against it, trapped within the forest's grip. The ground seemed to shift, and for a brief moment he thought he saw something move beneath the soil, a dark, writhing mass of roots, branches, and shadow. The ground trembled again, as though the earth itself was breathing, its pulse rising and falling in time with Mark's racing heartbeat. The keeper is awake. The forest is hungry. The words echoed in Mark's head, and he couldn't shake them. They clung to him like a sickening weight, pressing down on him, as though they had been planted deep within his mind. The keeper. The words had been whispered to him before, during his research when he'd tried to understand the strange disappearances that had plagued this forest for decades. But this was different. This wasn't just some myth, some rumor told around campfires to frighten the naive. This was real. The keeper wasn't a ghost or some folklore. It was something ancient, something that had existed long before men had even thought to walk this land. And it was hungry. Mark felt it then, the dark, insatiable presence that had been pulling at him from the very beginning. It was everywhere. Now, the fog, the trees, the ground, the very air. It was a part of him, a part of the forest, the land itself. He had been drawn in, marked from the moment he had set foot on the path. And now, there was no escape. He was a part of it. Ryan had been the first, but now Mark was to be the second. He could feel it, the pull, the same pull that had taken Ryan. It was drawing him down, deeper into the soil, into the heart of the forest, where the keeper waited. The roots of the trees seemed to reach up from the earth like tendrils, eager to claim him, to wrap around him, to drag him into the dark void that lay beneath. He could feel the earth shifting, the ground opening up beneath him, as if it were ready to swallow him whole. And then, just as Mark thought he would be consumed by the very land, he heard it again. You are here. You are part of us now. It was no longer just a voice. It was a presence, a suffocating weight that pressed against his chest, that filled his mind, his soul. He could feel it seep into every fiber of his being. And for the first time, he realized the terrible truth. The forest didn't just consume its victims, it absorbed them. Mark was no longer an outsider, no longer a wanderer in the woods. He was now part of the forest, part of the keeper's eternal hunger. The fog, the land, the trees, all of it was one. And now he was one with them. And as the last shred of his humanity began to slip away, Mark felt the roots of the forest reaching toward him, claiming him, dragging him into the dark depths where the keeper waited, where Ryan had already gone. And there, in the cold embrace of the earth, Mark understood. The cycle had begun again. The earth shifted beneath Mark, groaning with ancient force, as if the very ground was alive and restless. His body felt weightless, suspended in a strange, liquid darkness, where the concept of time had stopped altogether. There was no past, no future, only the suffocating weight of the present moment, crushed under the unseen hands of something far older, far darker than he could possibly understand. Mark tried to scream, but his mouth wouldn't move, his lungs locked tight as though the very air had become too thick to breathe. He could feel the presence of something all around him, pressing in on him from all sides, suffocating him. But it was more than just the forest. It wasn't just the trees, the fog, or even the ancient whispers that reverberated through the mist. No, this was something beneath him, something older, older than even the forest itself. The roots. Mark's hands moved slowly, almost against his will, reaching out toward the ground, fingers brushing against the soil, against something that felt wrong, alive. It was as if the very earth beneath him had become sentient, aware of his touch, aware of his presence. The roots, thick and black like veins, twisted and coiled beneath the surface, reaching upward from deep within the earth, their tendrils seeking him, caressing him with a sickening hunger. He wanted to pull back, to run, to escape. But his limbs betrayed him, too weak to resist. His body no longer belonged to him. It belonged to the forest now, to the keeper. The keeper. The name whispered in his mind like a prayer, a curse, a truth that had been hidden from him for too long. He felt it now, the truth of the forest, the source of all its twisted power, pulsing beneath his feet, beneath his very soul. The keeper was not some ghost, some ancient force bound to the land by forgotten myths and folklore. No, it was something much older, something woven into the very fabric of the world. An entity as old as the mountains themselves, as ancient as the stars. And now, it had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many others before him. Mark's Vision swam, and the fog pressed in on him once more. He was no longer aware of his body, no longer aware of the fog, or the forest, or the figure that had once been Ryan. He was just a part of it now, a fragment in a world that had long been lost. The forest had opened up before him, and the keeper's hunger was vast, stretching across centuries, feeding on souls, feeding on those who wandered too deep, too far into its domain. He could feel the roots reaching for him now, curling around, his legs, his arms, wrapping themselves tightly around his body, pulling him toward the earth. The more he resisted, the tighter they became, as if the forest itself were tightening its grip on him. The ground felt soft, like wet clay. But underneath, Mark knew it was something darker, something older, something that had been waiting for him, waiting for someone like him. The darkness around him seemed to shift, like a living thing, as though the very air were turning to liquid. His thoughts began to blur, and for a moment, Mark felt something cold and sharp seeping into his chest. A presence, not just around him, but within him. The roots. They were inside him now, crawling beneath his skin, burrowing into his veins, whispering to him, merging with his very soul. The hunger of the keeper had already begun its work. The forest was pulling him apart, piece by piece, until there would be nothing left but its hunger, nothing left but the ancient, insatiable void that had claimed all who came before him. Mark couldn't breathe, couldn't think. His body no longer belonged to him. His mind no longer belonged to him. The roots had taken over, the whispers of the forest filling his head, drowning out all other thoughts. He was nothing more than a vessel, now a vessel for the hunger that had existed long before him, long before anyone could remember. And in that moment, Mark understood the terrible truth. The keeper wasn't just a being, a creature that had come into being with the forest. It was the forest itself, the land, the roots, the trees, all of it one single insatiable organism that fed on the lost, on those foolish enough to wander too far into its depths. And now, he was part of it. He was part of the keeper's hunger. The roots twisted and turned inside him, spreading through his body like vines. Mark felt himself breaking apart, his body giving way to the hunger that had consumed his mind. The darkness around him deepened, and for the first time he realized that there was no escape, no returning to the world he had once known. But the forest wasn't done yet. From somewhere far above, beyond the roots, beyond the fog, Mark heard something terrible, something ancient that had been waiting for him. It was a sound, a growl that seemed to shake the very ground beneath him. It wasn't a sound that belonged to any living creature, any animal or man. It was the sound of the keeper itself, a deep, vibrating growl that filled his very bones. And then, a voice. "You are mine." The words echoed through Mark's mind, slithering through the fog, wrapping themselves around his soul. They were not just words. They were a command, a claim. The keeper was speaking to him now, its voice rising from the depths of the earth, from the very roots that had twisted around him. It was no longer just the forest. It was everything, the land, the trees, the fog. And he was part of it now, part of the cycle, a part of the eternal hunger that had existed before the world had even known man. He wanted to scream, to cry out, to fight. But there was nothing left. The roots were inside him, their cold, sharp tendrils coiling around his heart, around his mind. He was being pulled deeper, deeper into the earth, deeper into the forest's grasp. He was nothing more than a sacrifice to the hunger, a part of the eternal cycle that had consumed all who had wandered too far into the wild. And then, as the roots continued to twist through his body, Mark understood. The keeper didn't just consume life. It consumed memories, the past, the future, the essence of what had once been. Everything. The fog wasn't just the breath of the forest. It was the breath of the keeper itself. The forest was alive, a living, breathing organism that had no end and no beginning. The people who disappeared here, Ryan, the others, were not just lost. They were part of the land now, their memories, their very essence, absorbed into the hunger of the forest, just as Mark would soon be. The roots were pulling him deeper, his body already slipping beneath the surface of the earth. The forest was eating him. But even in his final moments, Mark knew there was no escape. The hunger would never stop. It was eternal. It was part of the land, and he was just another offering, another lost soul swallowed by the keeper's endless appetite. Mark's body felt like it had been stretched, torn apart and then reassembled. Each muscle, each bone, each piece of him pulled in different directions by an invisible force. The air around him was thick, too thick, like it was alive, wrapping around him, pressing down on his lungs, choking him with a cold, suffocating grip. Every breath he took was shallow, sharp, and painful. There was no sense of up or down, of direction, only the overwhelming weight of the fog that had swallowed him whole. He had no idea how long he had been trapped in this unnatural world, the place between life and death, between the real world and the suffocating grip of the forest. The roots had taken him. The fog had consumed him. The keeper had claimed him, just as it had claimed so many others before him. But he wasn't dead. Not yet. He was suspended in some liminal space between consciousness and nothingness, between the pulse of the earth and the beating of his own heart. The forest's hunger was a presence, a constant weight, pressing against him from every direction. Mark felt it deep inside his bones, an unrelenting, gnawing ache that seemed to come from the very core of the earth. It was the keeper's hunger. He could feel it now, a dark presence that ran through the soil, through the roots, through the very air. It was ancient, older than the trees, older than the land itself. A hunger that had waited for eons, a hunger that would never stop. As the fog thickened around him, Mark's mind began to twist, every thought now a fragmented echo, torn between memories and fragmented images. Faces, voices, his own name, flashed through his mind in bursts, but they felt distant, like echoes from a far-off dream. He could see Ryan, but it wasn't Ryan anymore. It was the twisted, gaunt creature that had once been his friend, his companion, pulled into the hunger of the forest. But even as Mark's mind struggled to hold on to these fleeting memories, the hunger pulled harder, drawing him deeper into the ground, deeper into the darkness that had claimed him. His body was already sinking into the earth, the roots twisting around him, filling his veins, spreading through his chest. The sensation was like drowning. The roots were everywhere, inside him, entwining around his soul, tightening their grip, with every passing moment. And still, he couldn't move. He couldn't scream. He was trapped. The keeper's voice came again, not from the figure of Ryan, but from everywhere, filling Mark's mind with a suffocating force, a will that was beyond human comprehension. You are mine now, all of you. All that you were is part of me. There is no turning back. Mark's mind screamed, a primal, raw response to the crushing realization that the forest's hunger had become his own. The land, the roots, the keeper, it was all one. The forest had no beginning and no end. It was infinite, stretching back through the ages, swallowing time, swallowing life, one soul at a time. And Mark was now a part of it. There was no escape. There was no redemption. There was only the endless cycle of hunger. But as the darkness closed in around him, as the roots began to pull him deeper, deeper into the ground, Mark felt a flicker, a faint light, like a distant star in the void. It was barely perceptible, but it was enough to bring him back from the depths. He focused on it, the smallest thread of hope, of life. It didn't belong here. It wasn't part of the forest. It was a part of him, the part that had fought to survive. I am not you, he whispered, barely able to hear his own voice. The keeper's laughter echoed through his mind, low and rumbling, vibrating through his bones. You are already part of me. But Mark refused to give in, to succumb to the force that was pulling him deeper into the earth. He clenched his fists, felt the cold dirt beneath his fingertips, and willed himself to move, to fight. The roots that had twisted around him pulsed with a strange, rhythmic power. They were alive, yes, but so was he. His pulse was still strong. His mind still clung to fragments of humanity. A sudden jolt of panic surged through him. The thought that Ryan had been swallowed whole by the keeper, just as he was now, flashed through Mark's mind. What had happened to Ryan? Was there any part of him left? Or had the forest consumed him entirely, just as it was consuming Mark now? Had his friend's mind been swallowed by the eternal hunger of the keeper? Suddenly, there was movement. A rumble deep in the earth, a shift in the soil that made Mark's skin crawl. The fog parted, just slightly, and through the swirling mist, Mark saw something that shouldn't have been there. A figure, another soul, another presence in the fog. This was different. This figure didn't belong here. It was not one of the lost souls of the forest. It wasn't a twisted version of Ryan. This was new. This was something alive, but it shouldn't have been. Mark blinked, trying to focus on the figure, but the fog was thick, the shadows still pressing in. He saw the outline of a person, tall and slender, moving through the fog with purpose. The figure's features were obscured by the mist, but something about the way it moved was familiar. It wasn't just a shadow, it had a presence, a power, something that was out of place in this nightmare of hunger and darkness. The figure came closer, emerging from the fog as if it had always been there, waiting. Mark's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't move. His body felt as though it were tied to the roots, held captive by the very soil beneath him. And then it stepped into the faint light that pierced the fog. Mark's heart lurched. The figure was human, but its face was not. Its eyes were filled with rage. It was a woman, and in her hands she carried something, a sword, shining faintly in the dim light of the fog. It looked old, ancient, but it glowed with an ethereal light. The woman's features were hard to make out at first, but as she stepped closer, Mark saw her face, a face he thought he had imagined. She was young, with sharp features, her eyes glowing with a fire that made his blood run cold. You are not the first, she spoke, her voice a whisper of defiance and strength that echoed through the fog. Mark's mind raced. The woman. Her presence was undeniable. She was no mere wanderer, no lost soul of the forest. She had come here with intent. But why? Why was she here? Who are you? Mark's voice cracked as he spoke, barely able to push the words past. The suffocating force that gripped him. What are you doing here? The woman looked at him, her gaze steady, unwavering, her expression fierce and unyielding. I'm here to end this, she said, her voice low but full of a strange determination. Mark's mind raced with confusion, with questions, but there was no time to ask them. The fog parted around them as if the forest itself had grown uneasy, as if the very trees were holding their breath. You're not supposed to be here, the woman continued, stepping closer, her eyes filled with both sorrow and anger. But you've come too far, just like all the others before you. It's too late to escape the forest's hunger. The keeper has claimed you. Mark looked at her, desperation clawing at his insides. The forest was closing in, suffocating him, drawing him into its depths. Was this woman some kind of savior, some force that could stop the darkness? Or was she just another lost soul who had wandered too deep? "You can fight," she said, her eyes piercing his. "You can fight the Keeper, but you must choose. You have to fight or become part of it, forever." Mark's breath caught in his throat, the weight of her words settling over him like a cold shroud. She was offering him a choice, a chance to fight, to break free from the suffocating grip of the Keeper. But could he? The earth trembled beneath him once more. The fog thickened. Mark looked at the woman, at the sword in her hand, and at the path ahead. The forest was closing in, and the Keeper was still hungry. Mark's heart thudded in his chest, pounding with a rhythm that seemed to echo throughout the vast, empty space around him. The fog was thick, rolling over the ground in swells, but the woman, the mysterious figure who had appeared from nowhere, stood unwavering before him. The air around them seemed to shimmer with something, an energy, a pulse, that Mark couldn't quite place. It was not the cold, suffocating presence of the Keeper, but something different, something alive. Her presence was both an anchor and a reminder of what he had already lost, and what he could still fight for. The weight of her words had sunk deep into Mark's mind, like a thorn lodged in his heart. Fight. But how? What could he fight against? When the very ground beneath his feet seemed to betray him, when the air itself seemed to pull him into the darkness. The Keeper's hunger was all-consuming, a force of nature that had swallowed his friend, Ryan, and so many others before him. It was a presence that stretched beyond time and reason, and now Mark found himself at its mercy. The woman, though, had come with a purpose, a sword in her hand, glowing faintly with an ethereal light. Her eyes met his, burning with determination. "I'm not the first one to try and stop it," she said, her voice steady, though Mark could hear the quiet desperation in the words. "The Keeper has claimed others before, and it will continue to claim more. But you..." She paused, her gaze flickering briefly to the ground, then back to him. "You can still choose. You're not yet fully taken." The words were like a lifeline thrown to him in the middle of the vast, unrelenting ocean of darkness. Mark's mind raced, trying to comprehend the situation. He wasn't fully taken. What did that mean? His body, his soul, everything felt consumed by the fog, by the pull of the land, by the unyielding grasp of the Keeper. But this woman, this warrior, had a fire in her that made Mark think for the first time since he'd arrived in these cursed woods that there might still be a way out. His voice trembled as he spoke. "Who are you? What is this place? Why are you here?" The words were forced out, thick with confusion and fear. The woman glanced around, her eyes narrowing as though she was searching for something just beyond Mark's line of sight. "This is the heart of the forest," she said, her voice low and almost reverent. "Where the Keeper's hunger originates, where the roots run the deepest." She took a step closer to him, and Mark could feel the chill of her presence, like a wind that had been sucked from a distant storm, one that carried with it the weight of untold stories. "It wasn't always like this," she continued, her eyes distant now, lost in memories of things Mark could never understand. "The forest was once just that, a forest. It wasn't hungry, it wasn't twisted. But something changed. Something broke the balance." Mark's breath caught in his throat. He had heard whispers about the forest before, about its strange history, about the legends of disappearances, of people vanishing into the trees and never being seen again. But hearing it from her, from someone who clearly knew more than he ever could, sent a chill running through him. The forest was once just a forest, but now... He swallowed hard. What happened? His voice was barely a whisper, as if he was afraid to ask, afraid to hear the truth. The woman's face darkened. The Keeper awoke, something ancient, something that had been buried beneath the roots and the soil for millennia, something that fed on souls, on the very life force of the living. She clenched the sword in her hand, her knuckles white. And when it awoke, it didn't just awaken itself, it awakened the forest. Mark's stomach churned. The Keeper was not a solitary being then. It was more than a monster, more than a creature lurking in the shadows. It was a part of the forest, a force that ran through the trees, through the very soil beneath their feet, through the fog that clouded their vision. It was as ancient as the land, older than time itself. And now, Mark realized, it was alive. Alive in a way that no one could understand, that no one could fight. The woman continued, her voice now almost a growl. This place, it doesn't just devour the lost. It devours memories. It devours time. It bends reality itself, pulling everything into its endless hunger. And if you stay long enough, she looked at him, eyes narrowing, her lips tightening into a grim line. If you stay long enough, you become part of it. Just like Ryan, just like the others before him. Mark's heart skipped a beat. Ryan, his friend, his companion in this nightmare, had been claimed by the Keeper. He hadn't just disappeared. He had become a part of the forest, lost in its depths. A shiver ran down Mark's spine. Could he still save Ryan? Could he even save himself? The woman's eyes softened, but her expression remained grim. The Keeper doesn't just consume bodies. It consumes existence. It twists memories, reshapes the past, making it impossible to tell where the real world ends and the forest's hunger begins. But She paused, her gaze flickering to the sword in her hand. I've been fighting it for years, searching for a way to stop it, to break the cycle. Mark's mind was spinning. This woman, this warrior, had been trapped in this forest for years, fighting the Keeper. Was it even possible to defeat it, to stop something that had existed long before humans had set foot on these lands? You're here to stop it, Mark said, trying to focus, trying to latch onto some shred of hope. How can you? How can anyone? The woman's eyes hardened with a mixture of sorrow and resolve. There are ways to fight it. Weaknesses in the system. If you can find them, if you can find the source of its power, there's a chance. A small one, but a chance. But you'll need more than just strength. You'll need your will, your mind, your soul. Mark's head throbbed. His body felt heavy and alien. His limbs were still weak, trembling from the weight of the forest, from the unrelenting pull of the Keeper. But something in the woman's words stirred in him, something that made him want to try, something that made him want to fight. Ryan's image flashed before him, twisted and broken, but still alive in some form, still out there, somewhere. And he couldn't let that go. Not without a fight. I'll fight, Mark said, the words escaping his lips before he could fully grasp their meaning. I have to. The woman nodded, her eyes glistening with something that could have been relief, or perhaps just the bitter acceptance of what was to come. You'll need this. She thrust the sword toward him, the blade gleaming in the dim light that filtered through the fog. It was ancient, its hilt worn but sturdy. The metal was dark, engraved with symbols Mark didn't understand. But it felt right in his hand, heavy with purpose, heavy with power. Take it, she said, her voice low and steady. You'll need all the strength you have. You'll need to face the Keeper, and you'll need to break its hold over you, break its hold over Ryan, over everyone. Mark gripped the sword tightly, feeling its weight settle into his bones, like the earth itself had imbued the weapon with its power. The feeling was strange, almost unnatural, but it was also reassuring. He wasn't alone anymore. This woman, this warrior, had fought here for years. She had lost, yes, but she had fought, she had survived. And now she was giving him the means to fight as well. The fog seemed to grow thinner around them, as if the forest was holding its breath. The roots beneath Mark's feet seemed to shift, restless, as though they could sense the change, the disturbance that the sword brought. For the first time since he had stepped into this cursed forest, Mark felt something stir inside him, a spark of resistance. "It's time to end this," he whispered to himself, barely audible over the pulsing beat of his heart. The woman gave him one last fleeting look. "Good luck," she said softly, before fading into the fog once more. Mark took a deep breath. The fight had begun, and with the sword in his hands and the forest closing in around him, he would face whatever came next. He wasn't just a part of the forest anymore. He was its enemy. The sword in Mark's hand felt heavier than it had just moments before. The mist around him shifted and rippled, responding to his thoughts, his presence. The weight of the forest, the keeper's hunger, was pressing in on him, suffocating, relentless. He could feel the roots beneath his feet, twisting, coiling, as if they were alive, hungry, waiting to pull him under the earth. The fog, thick as a dream, curled around his legs and arms, wrapping him in the ghostly grip of the forest, making every breath a struggle. But Mark gripped the sword tighter, the hilt cold and smooth under his palms. It was as though the blade itself had come alive, thrumming with a low, resonating energy that seemed to pulse in time with his heart. He could feel it, the will of the forest pushing against him, trying to pull him into the darkness, into its hunger. But he was no longer just a helpless victim. He was a part of the forest now, yes, but he was fighting it, fighting to take back what it had tried to consume. As he stepped forward, the fog seemed to shift with him, parting just enough to let him pass. The trees, once looming, once ominous, seemed to bend slightly as he moved, their twisted forms retreating, as though they recognized the presence of the sword in his hand. The deeper he walked into the heart of the forest, the stronger the pull became, as though the land itself was resisting his every step. Mark's breath quickened, but he kept moving, determined. Ryan. That was his focus. The twisted, contorted figure he had seen, his friend, lost to the keeper's hunger, was still somewhere in these woods. And Mark wasn't going to let him remain a part of this cursed cycle. He had to stop it. He had to stop the keeper. A cold gust of wind swept through the trees, carrying with it the scent of rot, decay, and something darker, something older. Mark stumbled for a moment, but he didn't falter. He couldn't. Every step brought him closer to the heart of the forest, closer to the source of the keeper's power. And as he moved, he could feel it. Something was drawing him in, like an invisible thread, leading him deeper, guiding him towards something he didn't fully understand, but could feel in his bones. The very air seemed to hum with the presence of it, vibrating, alive with an ancient hunger. Then the fog lifted slightly, and ahead of him, in the dim, fractured light, he saw it, a clearing. The trees around it were tall, their trunks gnarled and twisted, their branches reaching out like claws, casting long, strange shadows that seemed to writhe and twist on the ground. In the center of the clearing, there was a stone altar, old, weathered by time and neglect, but still imposing, covered in moss and dark stains. The stone was dark, almost black, with ancient carvings etched into its surface, runes that seemed to pulse faintly as Mark approached. This was it, the heart of the forest, the place where the keeper's hunger had started. Mark could feel it in the air, the weight of centuries of darkness, of souls lost to this place, bound to the earth. The ground beneath his feet seemed to hum with the ancient power that had been buried here, the power that had given birth to the keeper's hunger. As Mark stepped into the clearing, the air seemed to thicken, pressing in on him, suffocating. The roots, the very land itself, seemed to close in, wrapping around the edges of the clearing, as though they were watching, waiting, ready to claim him as it had claimed so many before. He could feel the pressure building, like the earth itself was holding its breath. And then he saw it. Standing at the edge of the altar, the twisted figure of Ryan emerged from the fog, his limbs too long, too distorted, his eyes glowing a hollow, unnatural light. He was no longer human, just a grotesque reflection of what had once been Mark's friend. His body was gaunt, like a marionette with its strings pulled too tight, his movements jerky and unnatural. But it wasn't just the figure of Ryan. It was the keeper, or more accurately, it was the vessel for the keeper's presence. The hunger Mark had felt in the very air, the pull, the call of the forest, it was inside Ryan now, transforming him. Ryan's head tilted unnaturally, his eyes fixing on Mark with an intensity that made his blood run cold. The distorted, broken smile on his face was not his own. It was the keeper's smile. Mark could feel his knees weaken, his heart pounding harder in his chest, but he didn't stop. He couldn't. He wouldn't. Mark. Ryan's voice came. Distorted, hollow, warped. It wasn't the voice of his friend. It wasn't even human. The sound reverberated through the trees, through the ground beneath Mark's feet, shaking the very earth. It was a voice that belonged to the keeper, a voice that echoed with centuries of hunger. "You're too late," Ryan's broken mouth whispered. "It's already too late. The forest will consume everything." Mark gritted his teeth, raising the sword before him, feeling its weight in his hands. This was it. The moment of truth. The altar. The heart of the forest. The keeper was here, alive, wrapped in the body of his friend. The hunger was palpable, and Mark could feel it, pressing against him, trying to pull him under. But he wouldn't let it. He couldn't. "I'm not afraid of you," Mark said, his voice stronger now, louder, despite the growing terror in his chest. Ryan's body twitched, and the grin on his face widened unnaturally. "You should be," the voice hissed, a deep growl that reverberated in Mark's chest. "You cannot stop what has already begun. The forest will never die. It will consume all, and you will become one with it." Mark didn't respond. He could feel the pull of the altar now, the way it seemed to pulse with energy, drawing him in. The roots, the fog, the hunger, all of it was closing in on him, urging him to give in. The ancient force that had taken Ryan was now wrapping itself around him, trying to pull him down, to claim him, but Mark wasn't going to let it. Not now. Not after everything he had been through, after seeing what the forest had done to his friend. He had to fight. He had to stop this. With a surge of adrenaline, Mark stepped forward, the sword held high, its edge gleaming in the dim light. He could feel the sword vibrating in his hands, its energy matching the pulse of the forest itself, as though it were alive with purpose. This wasn't just a weapon. It was a key. The sword was the means by which he could stop the keeper, by which he could break the cycle that had kept the forest in its endless hunger for centuries. The fog swirled around him, thickening, pressing in. The altar seemed to pulse with the same rhythm as his heart. "I will end this," Mark whispered through gritted teeth. "I will stop you." The sword in his hand gleamed brightly for a moment, a flash of pure light cutting through the darkness, and for the first time since he had entered these cursed woods, Mark felt something shift, a spark of hope. The pull of the forest seemed to hesitate, to waver, as though the very earth was afraid of what he might do next. The keeper, or what was left of it in Ryan's broken form, stirred again. But this time, Mark saw it. The weakness. It wasn't just the forest that was alive. The keeper was part of it. The keeper was part of the land, part of the very roots beneath them. and Mark knew what he had to do. With one final forceful motion, Mark swung the sword downward, aiming for the center of the altar, where the roots of the forest had gathered in a twisted, knot-like formation. The sword met the earth with a deafening crack, and the very ground beneath him shook, the roots pulling back in pain, as though they had been struck by something far greater than a mere mortal. The fog trembled, and the land seemed to scream. The ground beneath Mark's feet shook violently, a deep, reverberating tremor that rattled the very bones of the earth. The sword had struck true, its blade sinking into the altar with a shockwave of force that sent the roots recoiling, snapping back like broken tendrils. The moment the sword made contact, Mark felt an eruption of energy pulse through the air, a blast of raw power that sent a wave of light cascading outward, piercing through the thick fog like a divine strike. The forest seemed to roar in agony, its voice a twisted, guttural scream that vibrated through the soil, through Mark's very bones. The moment the light erupted, everything shifted. The world around him warped and twisted, as though reality itself were being bent and unraveled. The trees, the fog, the air, they all seemed to distort, spinning out of control, each second stretching and bending until Mark couldn't tell what was real anymore. The pulse of energy was growing louder and stronger, and Mark could feel it coursing through him, tearing through the veil between this world and whatever lay beyond. The Keeper's form, Ryan's twisted form, screeched in pain, its body writhing as if something within it was breaking. The figure, his friend, was being torn apart, its limbs elongating, cracking as though they were being twisted by invisible hands. It was no longer Ryan, it was something much worse, something that had become one with the hunger of the forest, with the very essence of the Keeper. The air around Mark was thick with energy, as though every molecule of the earth was vibrating with the power unleashed by the sword's strike. Mark stepped back, unable to take his eyes off the horrific sight. The roots had begun to writhe beneath, the surface like serpents trying to break free from the soil, twisting and contorting in unnatural directions. They were pulling back from the altar as though recoiling from the light, the force that was now rippling through the land. And yet, despite their retreat, Mark could feel the pressure mounting, as though the Keeper was not truly dying. Not yet. It had only been wounded. The hunger still lived. The fog had thickened once more, swirling around Mark's feet, coiling up like a living thing. He could feel the air grow colder, heavier, as the dark presence of the Keeper pushed back, clawing against the power that had been unleashed. The earth seemed to groan beneath him, and the very trees trembled in response, as if the land itself were shuddering from the damage done. But Mark couldn't stop now. The sword, still glowing with that ethereal light, felt like it had a pulse of its own. The longer he held it, the stronger that pulse became. It wasn't just a weapon. It was part of the land, part of the force that had been trying to keep the Keeper contained. But there was more to it than that. Much more. Mark could feel the earth calling to him now. The sword wasn't just an object. It was a key. A key to unlocking something. Something that had been buried for centuries. Mark gritted his teeth and gripped the sword tighter, summoning all the strength he had left. The power of the Keeper's hunger was not gone. It was only faltering. And the moment of vulnerability would not last long. The roots, the land, the very trees were stirring with agitation, the ground beneath him beginning to tremble again, as though the forest had decided it was done, allowing him to interfere. With a deep breath, Mark raised the sword high, feeling its weight and energy surge through him once more. The power responded to him, as though the land itself were guiding his hand. And then, with a sudden movement, he thrust the blade downward into the altar once more. The moment the sword made contact, the very air around him cracked. A sound like the breaking of glass, the splitting of time itself. The fog that had once been thick and impenetrable lifted in an instant, dissipating into the air as though it were never there. The forest around Mark stood still, the trees frozen, their twisted limbs no longer reaching. The ground itself seemed to pulse, shifting and trembling beneath his feet, as though the land was gasping for air after being held under the weight of something much darker than it was meant to carry. And then, a voice. Not Ryan's, but something deeper. Something more ancient and terrifying, echoed from the very earth, shaking the ground beneath Mark's feet. You cannot escape. Mark's breath caught in his throat. He could feel it. The keeper wasn't gone. It wasn't destroyed. It was awakening, rising from the depths of the earth, from the ancient roots that had been buried for centuries. The moment Mark had struck the altar, he had not destroyed the keeper's power. He had unleashed it, torn the veil between the land and something darker, something beyond human understanding. The trees groaned, and the earth cracked open. Mark felt a sharp pain in his chest, as if the ground itself had struck him. His head spun, and his vision blurred as the roots beneath him twisted and stretched upward, reaching for him, wrapping around his legs, trying to pull him into the depths of the earth. He could feel the cold, clammy grip of the roots tightening around him, pulling him down into the dark abyss where the keeper waited. The hunger was rising. You are too late. The voice was clearer now, but it was not a voice at all. It was the forest speaking. The land itself had become the keeper's mouth, its voice, its hunger. It was everywhere, inside Mark, around him, beneath him. The very air was saturated with its presence. He could feel it, the hunger, inside him, gnawing at his soul, trying to take him. The power of the forest surged through him, its tendrils reaching deep into his chest, twisting his thoughts, pulling at his mind, at his memories. The keeper was not just a creature. It was a force of nature, alive in the trees, the roots, the fog. It was the forest. Mark gasped for air, but his lungs were heavy, suffocating. The roots were dragging him downward, and the sword he had held so tightly was now too heavy for his hands. It slipped from his grip, falling to the ground, its light flickering and dimming with each passing second. The world around him seemed to close in, the trees pressing against him, the earth opening wide as if ready to swallow him whole. And then, in the midst of the swirling chaos, Mark heard a sound, one that was familiar. A voice, his voice, echoing through his mind. Ryan, Mark. The voice was faint, like a whisper on the wind, but it was unmistakable. And then another voice, softer, more distant, and yet it held the same timbre, the same resonance. Ryan. Mark's heart skipped a beat. The real Ryan, somewhere within this nightmare, was still alive, still calling to him. The keeper's hunger had taken Ryan, yes, but there was something left of him, something that had not been consumed entirely. The realization hit him like a bolt of lightning. Ryan was not gone. The keeper had absorbed him, yes, but Ryan still existed, somewhere. The forest had swallowed his memories, his mind, his body. But Ryan's spirit, his will to survive, was still out there, deep in the heart of the forest, fighting against the hunger, just as Mark had been. The battle wasn't over yet. With that realization, Mark gathered all the strength he had left. He pushed against the roots, against the earth that was pulling him down, and with a cry he pulled himself free. The roots recoiled, and the earth groaned, as if it were unwilling to release him, unwilling to let him break free from the grip of the forest. But Mark's mind was clearer now, sharper than it had been. He wasn't just fighting for his life. He was fighting for Ryan. The hunger of the keeper was vast, but it was not all-consuming. The forest had underestimated the strength of the human spirit, and Mark, with the sword in his hand once more, with Ryan's voice still echoing in his heart, made his final move. The earth beneath Mark trembled with an unnatural force, as if the very ground had decided to swallow him whole. The roots, still coiled around his legs, twisted tighter, each tendril like a vice, digging into his flesh, pulling him deeper into the soil. The keeper's hunger surged through the land, its grip tightening around everything Mark had known. The air, thick with fog, grew denser as the ground seemed to pulse, like it was breathing, alive with an insatiable need for him. But Mark, he wasn't ready to let go. The sword in his hand had regained its weight, its brilliance flickering once, again with light, but this time it was not just the physical blade. The sword had become a symbol, a vessel of strength, a beacon of the defiance that still burned within him. It wasn't just a tool to fight the keeper. It was his will to survive, his refusal to become just another soul consumed by the land. Through the dark fog, Mark could still hear Ryan's voice, faint, almost lost, but there nonetheless. Mark. It was not the twisted whisper of the keeper pretending to be his friend. No, this was Ryan, still holding on, still fighting. His spirit, his soul, was not gone. It had been twisted, bent, but it was not fully consumed. And that knowledge gave Mark the strength to push against the roots, pulling him down into the earth. His heart pounded in his chest, each beat like the pulse of the very earth itself. He could feel it now, the battle between the forest's hunger and the last remnants of his humanity, the part of him that refused to be swallowed whole. The keeper's hunger had been so vast, so consuming, that it believed itself to be unstoppable. But it had made a mistake. It had underestimated the power of will, the power of humanity that could not simply be erased by roots, by fog, by ancient darkness. With every ounce of his strength, Mark raised the sword once again. This time, there was no hesitation. The blade felt warm in his hands, its light brighter than before, glowing like the first dawn after a long, dark night. He felt the surge of power rise up through him, the connection to the land itself, the earth that pulsed with life beneath the soil. He could feel the keeper watching him, could feel its presence pressing against him. But he was no longer afraid. He was no longer the prey. With one swift motion, Mark thrust the sword deep into the earth, into the very heart of the altar, the place where the keeper's power originated. The roots writhed in pain, recoiling from the light, from the force that surged through the blade. For a brief, fleeting moment, everything around Mark seemed to freeze, as if the world itself had held its breath. The sword pulsed once, twice, 3 times. A flash of light burst forth from the blade, a blinding brilliance that sliced through the fog, illuminating the entire clearing. The world around him seemed to unravel, the trees swaying in the light like broken statues, the roots shriveling away as though they were being burned from the inside out. Mark's heart raced, the sound of the keeper's screeching rage echoing in his ears, but it was growing quieter, fading into nothingness. The power of the forest, the keeper's hunger, was faltering. The land itself was rejecting it. And then Mark felt it. A sudden release, a shift. The fog, the roots, the earth, they all seemed to pull back. The pressure that had been suffocating him for so long began to ease, as if something had broken, something ancient, something tied to the very foundation of the land. The sword was glowing with a pure, radiant light now, casting shadows that seemed to dissipate as the dark power of the forest recoiled. Mark dropped to his knees, exhausted, the weight of the sword in his hand, now feeling almost too much to bear. His chest heaved with each breath, his body sore and battered from the struggle, but he felt a strange sense of peace, as though the world was finally breathing again, freed from the suffocating grip of the keeper's hunger. The fog began to thin, swirling around him like a dissipating storm, leaving behind the quiet, untouched world of the forest. The trees, once twisted and gnarled, now stood tall and proud, their branches reaching toward the sky, untouched by the darkness that had consumed them. The land was healing, slowly but surely. Mark's eyes fluttered open, and through the thinning fog, he saw it. A figure standing near the altar, bathed in the soft golden light of the sun. Ryan. But this was not the broken, twisted form of Ryan that Mark had seen before. This was his friend, his real friend. The Ryan he had known, the one who had been lost to the forest's hunger. But now he was whole again, standing tall, his eyes clear, his face no longer distorted. He was smiling, a soft, knowing smile, one that Mark hadn't seen in so long, and it was as if the very forest had given him back, giving him back to Mark. Ryan stepped forward, his voice soft but clear. "You did it, Mark. You freed us. You stopped the hunger." Tears welled up in Mark's eyes as he looked at his friend, his true friend, standing before him. For the first time since he had entered these cursed woods, Mark felt a weight lift from his chest, a feeling of hope, of relief. The keeper had been stopped, the hunger had been broken, the cycle of pain, of loss, had come to an end. But even as Mark felt the joy of victory wash over him, a deep, quiet sadness lingered in his heart. He knew that the forest, the keeper, would not be truly gone. The hunger would always remain, dormant for now, waiting for the next lost soul to wander into its grasp. The land was free, yes, but the battle, the fight against the darkness would never truly be over. Ryan stepped closer, placing a hand on Mark's shoulder. "There's still time to walk away," he said softly, his voice carrying the weight of everything Mark had just endured. "You've done what you came here to do. It's over." Mark nodded slowly, his heart heavy, but the weight of the world had finally been lifted. The forest around them was still, serene, untouched by the horrors that had once claimed it. It was time to leave, to return to the world beyond the fog, the world where light and warmth still existed. It was time to walk away. With one last look at Ryan, Mark turned and began walking away from the altar, from the clearing, from the place where the keeper's power had once reigned. The fog that had once been so thick and oppressive now seemed light, almost welcoming, as if it were parting for him, guiding him toward the edge of the forest, back to the world he had left behind. And as he walked, he could feel the land beneath, his feet, still alive, still breathing. He had fought for it, for his friend, for the world he had known. But the forest would heal, just as it always had. The cycle had been broken, for now, and Mark had finally walked away from the hunger.